just in time.
And taking a live look outside this morning. Bundle up, everybody. We are expecting the first sub-zero weekend of the season. Yikes. Happy Friday, though, in the meantime here. Thank you for joining us this morning. I'm Anthony Ponce.
I'm Brian Jackson. As we check in with Mike, it feels like a couple of weeks ago we were talking about it was so warm. It was like November, and now we're in the dead of winter.
Yeah, and it seems like the worst of these things, whether it's snow or cold, hitting on the weekends.
Right.
What's with that?
Right.
By the way, Anthony, did you not get the memo on the turkey?
I didn't. The problem is I only have a dickie. So I need to plan, what to wear over the dickie. So you guys have the full turtleneck.
Full on, man. All right. Well, here's the deal. You're going to need multiple layers this weekend, whether you're going turtleneck or a shirt and tie combination, as Mr. Ponce is rocking right now. We have mostly cloudy skies out there right now. There's going to be a little bit of sunshine today. Temperatures, I think, are going to top out right around 30 for the high, which is a few degrees colder than normal. I'm going to call it seasonably cold out there now. 24 at 9. Peaks of sun at noon, 29 degrees. Could be a flurry today, but no accumulating snow expected. Current temperatures, most of us are in the 20s, 22 at O'Hare and Midway, 26 at Merrillville, but look at this number at Sugar Grove, down to 7. It's 11 at Woodstock, 18 at Waukegan. Highs today, maybe maxing out around 30 degrees. Let's kick it over to Gabriella Primus. Spent yesterday there at the Radiothon for Lurie. Great job there.
Thank you, Mike.
And what do we see on the roads?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun over there, and they're close to their $1 million goal. You can still donate through Sunday. Just have to put that out there. Yeah, let's talk about your drive times early this morning. It's 25 minutes on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown, 25 on the Eisenhower, under that on, or just above that, I should say, on the Stevenson. That change from 355 to DuSable Lakeshore Drive, under 20 minutes, or at 20 minutes now on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Burn interchange. It's written right there for me. I don't know why I'm not looking. We have one crash to report. It's over in Helmhurst. It's Route 83, so Kingery Highway and 2nd Ave. Just be aware of that. Just slowing traffic down on both the northbound side and southbound side of that road. I'll send it back to you, Brian.
Well, breaking this morning, 2 police officers are in the hospital after a crash on LaSalle overnight. The officers were driving north when a woman driving west blew through a traffic signal and slammed right into them. CPD says that all 3 of them are going to be okay, and the woman driver was cited. This is not the second day in a row that we have seen a crash involving Chicago police officers. Yesterday, 2 officers were hurt when they swerved to avoid hitting another driver on Lower Record Drive. They ended up crashing into a median. Both of those officers are also expected to recover.
This morning, the family of the late Chicago police officer Crystal Rivera is suing the department after her former partner, Carlos Baker, shot her on June 5th.
Roseanne Tejas is live this morning with details about this lawsuit, including an on and off again relationship.
Right. Was this death an accident as she carried out a very dangerous job, or was it the intentional act of a jilted boyfriend? Well, yesterday when that lawsuit was announced, a wrongful death lawsuit, it clearly put the blame on her partner, Carlos Baker, and the Chicago Police Department for ignoring signs that Baker was a danger. Rivera was shot last June while on duty. Police initially said by a suspect that had barricaded himself. We later learned the shot came from her partner's weapon. What the public didn't know was that the 2 were involved romantically, and Rivera had just ended the relationship. Her attorneys say she asked for a new partner, telling the department she was concerned for her safety. They say his actions the night of her death speak volumes.
Incredibly, he didn't call for an ambulance. In fact, his cover-up began after he shot her. Immediately, he claimed that shots were fired at police, when the only shot that was fired that night was from his gun in Crystal's direction. There can be nothing more shocking when that partner is actually shot. And there is nothing more mortifying that when that partner is shot, that the shooting partner leaves her there to die.
Now, Baker was stripped of his police powers back in August as the Civilian Office of Police Accountability continues to investigate. Crystal's family, meantime, spoke at that news conference yesterday and say they are devastated by what happened and hoping for some accountability. From police headquarters this morning, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32, Chicago.
All right. Thank you, Roseanne, for that update. Right now, Will County deputies, they are looking for two people who tied up a 73-year-old woman and held her at gunpoint in her own home. According to the sheriff's office, the woman believes the robbers followed her home from the grocery store. They confronted her after she pulled into her garage in Homer Glen, got away with her credit card, and wound up pulling $2,000 out of her account.
Well, today, tenants at an apartment building in South Shore being forced to leave their homes. A judge ordered the eviction at the Freedman Apartments earlier this week, citing concerns about gas leaks and plumbing issues. The building at 75th and South Shore was also raided by federal immigration agents back in September. Many of the tenants have said that they could end up being homeless. A federal appeals court is blocking the release of hundreds of immigrants detained during Operation Midway Blitz. Thursday's decision also follows the extension of a consent decree that outlines how federal agents can make warrantless arrests. Last month, the U.S. District Judge ordered the detainees released on bond, claiming that the government violated the consent decree. But the court says that the judge overstepped his authority by ordering a blanket release instead of case by case.
The Trump administration is extending the National Guard's deployment to Chicago despite a judge's order blocking them. The Defense Department says they'll be stationed in Chicago through at least the month of April. This follows a tense hearing on Capitol Hill with Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth questioning whether the Guard could even be used for law enforcement roles that they're not trained for.
They went on the record today and said, you know what, we are ready to deploy troops for law enforcement functions. And by the way, we are also not going to provide legal protection for service members who try to protect civilians from federal agent abuse. So it's quite astonishing to hear the Trump administration say that. They even admitted that they would be willing to use troops at polling stations during the next election cycle.
Senate Republicans say the Guard members play a crucial role in public safety in certain urban areas where they believe Democratic officials have fallen short.
Well, time is running out to get your holiday gifts under the tree. That shipping deadline is next week. Now, if you don't want to spend a whole arm and a leg, you've got to send your packages and cards by December 17th. That's the date you need. That is the deadline for first-class mail and ground service shipping. If you're willing to pay more, you have until December the 18th to send priority mail, and then December 20th for priority mail express. USPS says it will likely be their busiest week of the year. But this Sunday, the Bears are putting all their focus on the Cleveland Browns.
On paper, might look like an easy matchup here. I don't think any NFL game is ever
any
easy.
given Sunday.
Right? Exactly. Well, they need to be on guard on Sunday morning. The Bears were on a 5-game win streak before losing to the Packers last week. Cleveland has won 3 games all season, but quarterback Shedeur Sanders, a rookie, can't overlook this guy, Rookie of the Week. He threw 3 TD passes against the Titans last week. He ran in for a 4th. And you can catch all the action right here on Fox 32, your home for the Bears. And make sure you tune in to Bears Game Day Live. We're kicking it off at 9:30 after the game as well. And, yeah, I wonder if they're going to keep the ball on the ground a little more Sunday.
It might be a little hard catching those passes, but the ball is frozen.
Or hitting that frozen, ground. I don't know. Yeah. It's going to be one of the coldest games ever for the Bears at Soldier Field. So no way around that. This might be a good place for you to be this weekend in your favorite chair, looking out the window, maybe at a couple of flakes tomorrow, and then that window's probably going to be frosted with some icing over the weekend with these brutally cold temperatures on the way. But a cold hurdle before frigid Arctic air invades tonight through Sunday. Snow is likely tomorrow with areas south of I-80 possibly picking up maybe 3 inches. And then milder air bathes Chicagoland starting on Tuesday, the first of many days in a row with above normal and above freezing temperatures. Right now, 22 at O'Hare Midway, 25 in Merrillville. It's 18 in Morris, but only 7 for the airport for Aurora in Sugar Grove, 10 at Woodstock, 13 Rockford and DeKalb, and along Chicago's lakefront it is 20. Current wind chills within 20 in most spots, but there is some colder air showing up, especially far north. But every number here is above 0. Tomorrow, especially tomorrow night, we go way below 0 into Sunday morning. This is where wind chills are going to be today in the 20s, but I'll bring you just into the nighttime hours, and you can see the influx of the sub-zero wind chills. They will be with us all day tomorrow and all day on Sunday. Back to you, gentlemen.
Yikes. Okay, Mike, thank you very much, sir. This morning, we want to thank everybody for your huge show of generosity during yesterday's Lurie Children's Radiothon.
We've got the grand total win from Thursday, and together we raised nearly $1 million. All of those funds will go towards life-saving patient care, critical research, and family supports. Thanks to all of you at home, the hospital was able to raise more than $925,000, but the goal is still $1 million.
And still time to reach that goal. We just need another 75K, everybody, and the Radiothon continues through Sunday. Did I do the math right there? 75?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Radiothon continues through Sunday, and to donate, call 1-888-831-7733 or text the word Lurie to 34984. You can also scan the QR code on your screen right there. Let's get to that $1 million mark, everybody.
Yes, let's get there, right?
Yep. All right, more Good Day Chicago is next, but first, hey, we got Orange Friday going, and yet another gallery. Ladies, looking great in the shades and those varsity jackets. Keep the photos coming, everybody. Oh, man, they're in the short sleeves there. Got to have to bundle up.
Definitely got to bundle up if you're heading to Soldier Field this Sunday, right?
We'll be right back.
Fox.
Indiana Senate Republicans have rejected President Trump's redistricting plan. The proposed map would have given Republicans control of all 9 of the state's congressional seats, up from the 7 that they currently hold. More Republicans voted against the measure than in favor of it. President Trump has promised to back primary challengers against any Republican who voted no.
Meantime, a panel of judges will meet today to hear arguments on 2 lawsuits aiming to redraw Wisconsin's congressional maps. Both cases argue the maps are an unconstitutional gerrymander favoring Republicans. They hold 6 of the state's 8 districts, and today's hearing will decide whether either case moves forward.
Well, Congress will need a Christmas miracle if it wants to keep health care premiums from soaring on January 1st after 2 partisan bills failed in the Senate yesterday. There are at least 2 proposals in the House that have the support of both Republican and Democrat members. Both extended Obamacare tax credits for 1 or 2 years with guardrails to crack down on fraud. Votes have not been scheduled on either proposal.
All right, some wild new video to show you this Friday morning. Look at that. It captures the moment that a home blew up. This is in the Bay Area, California, a town called Hayward. The explosion set off a major fire. It sent 6 people to the hospital. And now the National Transportation Safety Board says it is going to be investigating the circumstances around what happened there. I could see a car right near there, but
yeah,
boy, that
6
is
people
frightening.
Injured there. Yeah,
yeah. Glad no one was, I mean, injured. I can't believe no one was killed.
Yeah, nobody killed in that. Jeez, look at that fire too. Wow.
6:15, blue skies there. Mike Kaplan.
Yes.
This is cold, but not as cold as we're getting, right?
This is going to be the coldest that we've been so far this season, this weekend. And the worst of it will be tomorrow night into Sunday morning. And as we've been stressing here, this could be one of the coldest games ever played at Soldier Field by the Bears. So we'll keep you posted on that. But it will be dry on Sunday. Tomorrow, there's a chance for a little bit of snow, especially over southern portions of Chicagoland. I'm not expecting a big snowstorm. That, I think, is going to be reserved for downstate. But the system that came through last night is now scooting through the Ohio River Valley. This is the feature that is kind of tied to the cold front that'll be zipping through here tonight. That is the leading edge of the Arctic air, and associated with that is a chance for snow, and that will likely impact most of Chicagoland tomorrow. Take a look at the Weather Authority Futurecast. We're going to have mostly cloudy skies today, not entirely cloudy. You'll see a few peaks of sunshine. Also can't rule out a flurry, especially this afternoon or this evening. But the main storm system arrives tomorrow, anytime from kind of late morning through the afternoon hours. Our model brings that snow right into the city during the afternoon, but notice how the snow is focused sitting in points south, and particularly I-80 and points south of there. And then this is out of here by about 7 o'clock, and then we're done with snow for the rest of the forecast. Take a look at this. After this really harsh, cold weekend, where wind chills might get to -20 Saturday night into Sunday, we get out of the deep freeze. We'll be in the upper 30s Tuesday with 40+ on the way Wednesday and Thursday. Sky Fox is up and at 'em. Where are we flying, Gabriela?
Hey, good morning, Mike. Well, we are looking at the Kennedy Expressway. We're moving and grooving on both the inbound side and the outbound side here. Those express lanes looking good as well. Around 25 minutes from O'Hare to downtown. Same on the Eisenhower and on the Stevenson. Around 20 minutes on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Byrne interchange. Let's talk about a couple reported crashes. One is on the northbound side of I-57. It's near 111th. Should just be blocking one lane, and crews are on the way there right now. Also on this busy ramp, the outbound side of the Dan Ryan to outbound Stevenson is partially blocked right now because of a crash. Involves 2 vehicles. Also getting that cleaned up right now. I'll send it back to you, Anthony and Brian.
Okay, thank you very much, Gabby. Appreciate it. President Trump is promising to ramp up pressure on Venezuela as that country's leader accuses the U.S. of piracy.
The U.S. seized a Venezuelan oil tanker following a series of strikes against suspected drug boats. Our Doug Luzader has more on some of the escalating tensions from Washington.
The dramatic U.S. takeover of an oil tanker allegedly bound for Iran, just the latest escalation against Venezuela. And President Trump says this effort will go well beyond the high seas.
And we'll start that on land, too. It's going to be starting on land pretty soon.
Criminal e ilegal.
Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro called it criminal and illegal and accused the U.S. of piracy. And the tanker seizure just the latest U.S. action. It follows one strike after another on suspected drug boats heading to the U.S., a tactic President Trump says has been extremely effective.
If you look at the drug traffic by sea is down 92%. And nobody can figure out who the 8% is, because I have no idea. Anybody getting involved in that right now is not doing well.
He seems to be sleepwalking into a war with Venezuela.
Congressional critics argue that the president is going too far in an effort to oust the Maduro regime. And there is still pressure on the Pentagon to release additional footage from the September 2nd boat attack that involved a second strike on survivors. A report by Reuters, meantime, suggests Maduro could ultimately flee to another country as pressures mount. But for now, Maduro is defiant, and Trump says he's not backing down.
So it has to do with a lot of things. They've treated us badly, and I guess now we're not treating them so good.
All right, so we're looping Doug in right now. And Doug, as things intensify between Venezuela and the U.S., can you explain why the president wants to oust the Maduro regime?
Well, that regime has not been seen as legitimate. Now, you know, that's a whole other question, whether this pressure is going to actually work in terms of getting Maduro out of there. There have apparently been some discussions, according to Reuters, again, about perhaps going to another country, even as, you know, countries like Russia express support for Maduro. You know, the president was asked about, you know, was this just about oil? And he says it's about a whole lot of things, including the drug running and including issues with immigration, sending illegal immigrants to the United States. So the president says there are a number of reasons why we are engaged in this struggle right now with Venezuela.
And Doug, the U.S. also just issued some fresh sanctions targeting Venezuela. How does this change the temperature of things?
Well, you know, this all has to do with sanctions. You know, look, this idea of intercepting the tanker, you know, this was oil that was bound for Iran, apparently for refining. So this is an effort to really kind of, you know, choke off the regime and really up the pressure on Maduro.
All right, Doug LaSalle, thank you for joining us on this Friday. Have a good weekend, sir.
Thanks, you too.
All right, 6:20 back here in Chicago. Australia, we reported this earlier in the week, just banned anyone under the age of 16 from using any kind of social media. Could this happen in the U.S.?
Would not want to be a parent having that conversation, right? Well, it's also the season of giving. In Fox 32 Chicago, PNC Bank and the Bears are teaming up with the Greater Chicago Food Depository to help feed local families in need. Every dollar that you give now will triple to provide 9 meals. You can help out by going online to chicagosfoodbank.org. Breaking this morning, 2 police officers are in the hospital after a crash on LaSalle overnight.
Those officers were driving north when a woman driving west blew a traffic signal, slammed right into them. CPD says all 3 of them are going to be okay, fortunately, and the woman was cited.
The family of Chicago police officer Crystal Rivera is now suing the police department and the officer who killed her. The wrongful lawsuit claims that Rivera's partner, Officer Carlos Baker, was struggling to accept the end of their romantic relationship when he shot and killed her during a botched chase on June 5th in Chatham.
Tenants at an apartment building in South Shore are being forced to leave their homes today. A judge ordered the eviction at Friedman Apartments earlier this week. This is over concerns about gas leaks and plumbing issues. The building at 75th and South Shore was also the one that was raided by federal immigration agents back in September. Many of the tenants have said that they could end up homeless. All right, new this morning, a proposal to ban hemp products in Chicago now includes an exemption for THC drinks. This development, first reported by our friends over at Block Club Chicago. 13th Ward Alder Marty Quinn made the amendment after restaurants and breweries that sell those THC drinks, they push back on this. The proposal did pass committee last week. Now, if it is passed by the full city council and it gets past Mayor Johnson, that rule would go into effect in March.
Well, President Donald Trump is preparing an executive order that aims to loosen federal restrictions on marijuana. The move would place the drug in the same category as some prescription painkillers and steroid treatments. That would make it easier to research but would not legalize or decriminalize it nationwide.
All right, Australia is now the first country to put an outright ban on social media for children under the age of 16. And this comes as growing research shows that social media use can lead to anxiety, depression, loneliness, and other serious mental health problems. Illinois Senator Dick Durbin says he thinks the U.S. Congress should watch what happens in Australia very closely in the event that America may want to follow suit here.
I want to watch this Australian experiment. I'm sure the kids hate it, but the fact of the matter is we've got to keep them safe to the point where they can be responsible in using these devices.
A computer science and engineering professor at Notre Dame tells us that wait-and-see approach is the best way to go.
I appreciate the Senator Durbin's passion on this subject, and I'm glad that he has that passion. But I think the right way right now is to wait and see this play out, because I don't think that the law will work as Australia intends.
Okay. So as of now, no official plan about a possible social media ban for teenagers and kids here in the U.S.
Well, a group of young fathers is celebrating a huge milestone. The latest cohort of graduates, a part of the Dovetail Project, walked across the stage on Thursday. 30 fathers are part of this year's graduating class, each one of them completing a 12-week journey through the project. The program is designed to help fathers build stronger skills, grow as leaders, and become positive forces in their communities. Several of the participants were recognized with awards for outstanding leadership. Graduates say that the program is giving them a fresh start and a second chance to make an impact.
The Dovetail Project in Mr. O's class changed my life. They gave me something I didn't even know I was missing, a vision. They showed me how to stand up for myself, how to fight for my future, and how to be the man my family needs.
You can apply to be a part of their next class on the website, thedovetailproject.org.
All right, this is cool. For the first time in nearly 200 years, bison are calling a local prairie home. Look at this herd. They're now in the Burlington Prairie Forest Preserve. That's near Sycamore. They arrived about a week ago, December 5th, and this is thanks to a partnership between the Forest Preserve District of Kane County and the American Indian Center of Chicago, along with the company Rooter Bison.
I had to get up there and check them out.
I know. Welcome to the neighborhood.
Right, to the neighborhood.
Fellas.
Oh, man, look at that guy.
Yeah.
Last time that I had an encounter with bison was in Yellowstone National Park, and we were on snowmobiles. It was in winter, and there was a bunch of them running down the path, and we were told it would just stay there, and if the tail goes up, that is a bad sign.
Oh, boy.
And one that ran past us, tail went
Threw
up.
the tail up?
Looked right at us like, man.
Yeah.
Beautiful animals, though. We have, you're going to want maybe something thick like the hide of a bison to keep you warm this weekend. But warmer tidings are ahead next week. I'll show you that 7-day forecast in just a little bit. But right now, what's the popular colored jersey today, Brian?
Looks like a lot of blue and orange out there. And speaking of warm, if you're headed to see the Bears versus Browns, just warmer out there, Chicago. It's going to be cold, but for now, we're definitely enjoying. You're sending in all your Bears pictures, hoping to get a win as we take on Shedeur Sanders and the Browns this Sunday. We'll be right back.
Save big money.
Welcome back. 6:31 on your Friday. Happy Friday, everybody. I'm the only one who didn't get the turtleneck memo today.
Yeah,
and Mike, you know, I love the way you guys are dressed today. The only thing that I would tweak is for Mike Kaplan to have the vintage 1970s white loafer with a gold tone buckle a la Cousin Eddie in National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
That'd be great.
Right?
Let me go to the haberdashery closet back there and see if I can track down a pair of those in my size. Look, here's the deal. You're going to want some heavier clothing this weekend. This is going to be the coldest air that we've had so far this season. We've already had plenty of chilly stuff here, including today. There's going to be no bargain out there. You're going to see a few peaks of sunshine, though, today. This is our view from the roof of our building, looking back towards Willis Tower, and it is not entirely cloudy. We're going to call it mostly cloudy today, with temperatures, I think they're going to max out right around 30. It's about 5 or 6 degrees colder than normal. At least won't be that windy. But the wind chill is going to mean business here as we head into the weekend. Tonight will drop eventually down to 8 with a couple of flurries. Chance for some snow tomorrow. I'll tell you where I think the heaviest snow is going to be in a little bit. But right now it is time to kick it over to Gabriella, where apparently we have a new accident. Where is this?
Yeah, Mike, this is on the northbound side of I-57. We have Sky Fox up giving us a live look at the situation. I told you this is northbound near 111th, and you're going to hit traffic for about a mile as you approach this. But there is a tow truck here trying to get that single vehicle out of the way. I believe it just involved a single vehicle, and it was kind of a car versus wall situation. So they're getting that set. Yeah, crew still blocking that left lane plus the left shoulder there. Quite a bit of traffic, only 2 lanes for folks to use. Your drive times are looking okay once you hit the Dan Ryan. It's only 25 minutes from 95th to the Burn interchange, 30 minutes on the Stevenson from 355 to DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Still dealing with some of the residual delays from that crash on the outbound side of the Dan Ryan. It's the ramp to the outbound side of the Stevenson. Pretty busy spot for folks. 25 minutes on the Eisenhower from Route 390 to the old post office, and 30 minutes on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown. Brian.
We're breaking this morning. 2 police officers are in the hospital after a crash on LaSalle overnight. The officers were driving north when a woman driving west blew right through a traffic signal and slammed into them. CPD says that all 3 of them are going to be okay. The woman was cited. This is now the second day in a row that we have seen a crash involving Chicago police officers. Yesterday, 2 officers were hurt when they swerved to avoid hitting another driver on Lower Wacker Drive, and they crashed into a median. Both of those officers are also expected to recover.
The family of the late Chicago police officer Crystal Rivera just filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the department.
And it comes after her former partner shot and killed her. Roseanne Tejas is live with new details about their on and off again relationship.
That's right. You'll remember this tragic story last June. Rivera shot in the line of duty and killed. Chicago police determining it was an accidental shooting at the hands of her partner. But attorneys say there's much more to the story, that the 2 were romantically involved and that Crystal Rivera had just ended the relationship. The wrongful death lawsuit announced yesterday blames her partner, Carlos Baker, for her death and the Chicago Police Department for ignoring signs Baker was a danger. Police initially said Rivera was shot by a suspect that had barricaded himself. We later learned the shot came from her partner's weapon. Her attorneys say after the 2 broke up and she asked for a new partner, she said she was concerned about her safety.
The Chicago Police Department knew that Carlos Baker was a liability. The Chicago Police Department knew that Carlos Baker was unfit for duty as a Chicago police officer. Crystal Rivera was Carlos Baker's partner, and she knew that Carlos Baker was reckless. Now, she told her supervisors that Carlos Baker was reckless. That's why I can tell you with confidence that Chicago Police Department knew. They knew at all times.
And we understand he had a long history of misconduct cases as well. Now, Rivera was a 4-year department veteran, described as a very hard worker who loved her job and wanted to be a detective. As for Carlos Baker, he was stripped of his police powers back in August. And the Civilian Office of Police Accountability continues to investigate exactly what happened that night. Outside Chicago Police Headquarters, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32, Chicago.
Thank you for the update, Roseanne. And right now, Will County deputies, they're looking for 2 people who who tied up a 73-year-old woman and held her at gunpoint in her own home. According to the sheriff's office, the woman believes those two robbers followed her home from the grocery store. She says that they confronted her after she pulled into her garage in Homer Glen. They did wind up getting away with her credit card and pulled $2,000 out of her account.
Well, today, tenants at an apartment building in South Shore are being forced to leave their homes. A judge ordered the eviction at the Freeman Apartments earlier this week, citing some concerns about gas leaks and plumbing issues. This building at 75th and South Shore was also raided by federal immigration agents back in September. Many of the tenants have said that they could end up homeless.
The Trump administration is extending the National Guard's deployment to Chicago despite a judge's order blocking them. The Defense Department says they'll be stationed in Chicago through at least the month of April. It follows a tense hearing on Capitol Hill with Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth questioning whether the Guard could even be used for law enforcement roles that they're not trained for.
They went on the record today and said, you know what, we are ready to deploy troops for law enforcement functions. And by the way, we are also not going to provide legal protection for service members who try to protect civilians from federal agent abuse. So it's quite astonishing to hear the Trump administration say that. They even admitted that they would be willing to use troops at polling stations during the next election cycle.
Senate Republicans say that Guard members play a crucial role in public safety in urban areas where they believe Democratic leadership has fallen short.
Well, time is running out to get those holiday gifts under the tree. The shipping deadline is next week. Now, if you don't want to spend an arm and a leg, you've got to send those packages and cards by December 17th. That is the deadline for first-class mail and ground shipping service. If you're willing to pay a little bit more, you have until December the 18th, not much longer. That's to send priority mail, and December 20th for priority mail express. USPS says it will likely be their busiest week of the year. Well, this Sunday, the Bears are putting all their focus on the Cleveland Browns.
Yes, on paper, could look like an easy matchup, but they do need to be on guard. Bears were on a 5-game winning streak before they lost to the Packers last week in that heartbreaker. Cleveland has won 3 games all season. However, rookie QB, Shedeur Sanders, can't overlook this guy, Rookie of the Week. He threw three TD passes against the Titans last week, and then he ran in for a 4th. All right, and you can catch all the action right here on Fox 32, your home for the Bears, and make sure you tune in to Bears Game Day Live. That is Sunday night at Sunday morning, I should say, at 9:30.
Check in with Mike for a look at that forecast. It's going to be the frozen tundra.
It is, and it may be one of the coldest games ever played at Soldier Field, so it'll be up there. Temperature-wise, barely double digits, and most of that game will be played in the single digits with wind chills below 0. Speaking of wind chills, let's have a look at this map. This is our Futurecast wind chill. Today, we're looking at wind chills that will mainly be in the 20s. Tonight, we start to taste some of that colder air sneaking in here behind the Arctic front. By 8 o'clock, maybe low teens for a wind chill in the city, but you're already seeing single digits popping up in the northern tier of counties. By tomorrow morning, everybody in the sub-zero wind chill club, the worst of it, Lake McHenry, northern Kane County. During the day, all day tomorrow, wind chills will be below 0. And then the worst of it is tomorrow night into Sunday morning. That's when wind chills, I think in many locations, will be worse than 20 below 0. Maybe not a minus 26 like we're showing there at Woodstock, but it's going to be mighty close. Sunday, game time, maybe a wind chill around 1 along the lakefront. It's going to be the coldest air that we've had in a long time, but it's a quick punch of the bitter air. Our Futurecast snowfall amount has just actually gone down. This model just recently updated. Never thinking we're going to get much. I wouldn't be surprised if south of I-80, you might get perhaps a 2 to 3 inch sort of a deal, but most of Chicagoland, fractions of an inch or less. This is not a big snowstorm for us. I'll give you the 7-day forecast in a little bit, but right now, back to you, Brian.
Well, this morning, we want to thank all of you for the huge show of generosity during the Lurie Children's Radiothon. The grand total from Thursday is in, and together we raised nearly $1 million. All of those funds go towards life-saving patient care, critical research, and family supports. We want to thank all the listeners and viewers, just like you at home. The hospital was able to raise more than $925,000, but the goal is still $1 million.
All right, still time to reach that goal. The Radiothon continues through Sunday. Let's get that last $75K. You can call 1-888 831-7733, or text Lurie to 34984, or just click that QR code that is on your screen right now. All right, we got plenty more to get to here on Good Day Chicago on your Friday morning. As Australia becomes the first country to ban social media for kids under 16, we are going to take a look at the possibility of America following suit there. And a new change to a proposal that bans hemp sales in Chicago, the one product that is now safe from the list. And the head of the Department of Homeland Security facing some tough questions about immigration enforcement here in Chicago. We'll run through that contentious hearing coming up. Stay with us.
Indiana Senate Republicans have rejected President Trump's redistricting push. The proposed map would have given Republicans control of all 9 of the state's congressional seats, up from the 7 that they currently hold. More Republicans voted against the measure than voted in favor of it. President Trump has promised to back primary challengers against any Republican who voted no.
Meantime, a panel of judges will meet today to hear arguments on 2 lawsuits aiming to redraw Wisconsin's congressional maps. Both cases argue the maps are an unconstitutional gerrymander favoring Republicans, who hold 6 of the state's 8 districts right now. Today's hearing will decide whether either case can move forward. Kristi Noem, meantime, faced some tough questions from lawmakers on Thursday about ICE operations right here in Chicago and around the U.S. Noem says that ICE has deported more than 200,000 people since President Trump returned to office. Data published by UC Berkeley shows more than a third of those folks that were detained had no criminal records.
She's got a lot of explaining to do about why she's not just going after the, quote, worst of the worst, which we all agree on. She's also been deporting and detaining U.S. citizens.
You haven't been telling us the truth.
We are doing our targeted enforcement operations against criminal illegal aliens. Individuals that are in that area may be detained until we verify who they are, and then they are released.
Several Democrats are calling on Noem to resign, but she says that is not going to happen.
Well, Congress will need a Christmas miracle if it wants to keep health care premiums from soaring on January 1st after two partisan bills failed in the Senate on Thursday. There are at least two proposals in the House that have the support of both Republican and Democrat members. Both extend Obamacare tax credits for 1 to 2 years with guardrails to crack down on fraud. Votes have not been scheduled on either. Well, the Chicago Bears are hosting their 37th annual coat drive. Bears, along with Joel Osco, the Salvation Army, and Sherway Movers are asking for all your coat donations, especially this weekend. It's really going to be cold out there. All you have to do is drop them off at participating Joel Osco now through February the 16th. You can find more information online at chicagobears.com/coat drive.
Speaking of the Bears, Orange Friday, everybody. A couple days away from a game against Cleveland at home. Going to be frigid, as Brian just mentioned. There's some more of your photos that you've been sending in. Looking great, fellas. Yes, the happy couple there. Let's get another win streak going. Thanks for sending these in, everybody. There's George McCaskey. 6:47. We'll be right back after this.
Breaking this morning, two police officers are in the hospital after a crash on LaSalle overnight.
The officers were driving northbound on LaSalle when a woman driving west, she blew a traffic signal and slammed right into them. CPD says all three folks involved are going to be okay. Nothing criminal apparently went on here. The woman has been cited.
The family of Chicago police officer Crystal Rivera is suing CPD and the officer who killed her. The wrongful lawsuit claims that Rivera's partner, Officer Carlos Baker, was struggling to accept the end of their romantic relationship when he shot and killed her during a botched chase on June 5th in Chatham.
Tenants in an apartment building in South Shore, they're being forced to leave their homes today. A judge ordered the eviction at Friedman Apartments earlier this week, citing concerns about gas leaks and plumbing issues. The building at 75th and South Shore, this coincidentally was also the one that was raided by federal immigration agents back in September in dramatic fashion. A lot of that was caught on video and taped. Many of the tenants there have said that they could end up homeless. And the timing on this could not be worse, right?
Yeah, especially with the weather outside. maybe can't tell from this angle, but it is going to be one of the coldest weeks we've seen in quite some time.
Yeah.
I guess coldest weekends we've seen in quite some time.
Yeah, a lot of the time wind chill's going to be well below zero this weekend, so bundle up. But once we get past this weekend, things definitely look much better, at least in my opinion. I guess if you have a plowing company or if you're trying to sell heavy winter coats, it may not be that good news. All right. Around midnight, there was some snow falling over extreme southern portions of Chicagoland. Not a big deal. That has exited stage right. What we're left with now is mostly cloudy skies. The next storm system, which is tied to the leading edge of the Arctic air, is still back out to the west. That's not going to hit us today. We have to wait for some of that snow to start falling tomorrow, and it will not fall very heavily anywhere in Chicagoland, but the bulk of any accumulating snow, I think, is going to be I-80 and points south. Can't rule out a flurry today into the evening hours. Tomorrow we start dry in the morning, and then during the afternoon, that's where you start to see some of the snow moving in. This is 1 o'clock. You'll notice Lake McHenry, Northern Kane, Northern Cook, nothing. And even from the city in points south, I'm not looking at a big storm, but there could be maybe a couple inches of accumulation if you're in Joliet, Kankakee, Minooka, maybe around Crown Point, you get 1.5 inches or 2. Not a huge snow, but it's going to be a very powdery, fluffy snow. And because it's going to be so cold, road chemicals aren't going to be as effective. Salt doesn't like to work unless you put a tremendous amount down when you get those temperatures around 10 or even colder. And that's what we're going to have both days, really, this weekend. Today, up to 30, just a little bit colder than normal. It won't be very windy. Tonight, the breeze begins to pick up a little bit. Eventually, we'll bottom out at 8. Tomorrow's high will be the midnight temperature, 16. Most of tomorrow, single digits in the afternoon. High of 12 on Sunday with wind chills near zero all day long. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we climb out of the deep freeze with several days in a row well above freezing. All right, let's take a ride over with Gabriella Primus. Oh, boy, lots of crash icons there.
There are a lot of crash icons, Mike, but some of them have been cleared, including that one on I-57 going northbound near 111th. It was blocking the left lane. We gave you a live look at it. It is now clear. Just a little bit of residual delay. And then over in Oak Lawn, it was 102nd and Central. That has also been cleared. It seems like there's some kind of situation happening near Midway on Cicero Avenue. I'll give you a check of that here in a second. And then lastly, over in Northwest Indiana, that's westbound I-94 near Burns Harbor. There's a report of a crash over on the shoulder. A train note for you for Union Pacific Northwest. Inbound train scheduled for 7:32 here in Chicago. It's running 20 minutes behind. It's due to a crew shortage. Now, I want to take a look at Skyfox here. They're there. Northbound DuSable Lakeshore Drive. That crash reported near 47th. This is near the Museum of Science and Industry. Actually, there's 2 crashes reported too. Also one closer to 53rd. So this might be a busy stretch for people heading into the city on the drive this morning. Keep that in mind. I'll give you another look very soon. Anthony.
Okay, thank you, Gabby. Appreciate it. New this morning, a proposal to ban hemp products in Chicago now includes an exemption for one kind of product. We're talking about THC drinks. This development was first reported by Block Club Chicago. 13th Ward Alder Marty Quinn made the amendment after a number of restaurants and breweries that sell those THC drinks pushed back on it. The proposal passed committee last week. If passed by the full city council and if it's signed by the mayor, the rule would go into effect in March.
President Donald Trump is preparing an executive order that aims to loosen federal restrictions on marijuana. The move will place the drug in the same category as some prescription painkiller and steroids. That would make it easier to research, but would not legalize or decriminalize it nationwide.
Australia is now the first country to outright ban all social media for kids under 16 years old. This comes as growing research is showing that social media use can lead to anxiety, depression, loneliness, and other mental health issues. Illinois Senator Dick Durbin says he thinks that the U.S. Congress should pay close attention to what happens in Australia because they may wind up following suit.
I want to watch this Australian experiment. I'm sure the kids hate it, but the fact of the matter is we've got to keep them safe to the point where they can be responsible in using these devices.
A computer science and engineering professor at Notre Dame University tells us that wait-and-see approach is probably the best way to go here.
I appreciate the Senator Durbin's passion on this subject, and I'm glad that he has that passion. But I think the right way right now is to wait and see this play out, because I don't think that the law will work as Australia intends.
So we'll see. As of right now, no official plan about possible social media bans for kids in the U.S.
A group of young fathers is celebrating a huge milestone. The latest cohort of graduates, a part of the Dovetail Project, walked across the stage on Thursday. 30 fathers are a part of this year's graduating class, each one completing a 12-week journey through the project. The program is designed to help fathers build stronger skills, grow as leaders, and become positive forces in their communities. Several of the participants were recognized for outstanding leadership. Graduates say that this program is giving them a fresh start and a second chance to make an impact.
The Dovetail Project in Mr. O's class changed my life. They gave me something I didn't even know I was missing. A vision. They showed me how to stand up for myself, how to fight for my future, and how to be the man my family needs.
You can apply to be a part of their next class on their website, thedovetailproject.org. Time is on 6:57 this morning. Plenty more Good Day Chicago here to come on this Orange Friday. We'll be right back.
The BM.
Well, there's a new effort to create vaccine that fights the deadly effects of fentanyl. The ARMR Sciences says its vaccine will block fentanyl from reaching the brain and even prevent its effects, the feelings of euphoria, overdose, and death. First clinical trials began in the next few weeks in the Netherlands. The company is exploring injections and oral strips as a way to take it.
President Donald Trump has signed an executive order that stops states from enacting their own regulations. The president says he wants to avoid burdensome rules in the country's AI race against China. The order could also restrict funding and grants for broadband programs to states with AI laws. Colorado, California, Utah, and Texas have already passed laws for AI use in the private sector.
Well, Time Magazine has named its 2025 Person of the Year, the architects of AI. The decision reflects the massive rise of artificial intelligence that we've seen over the last year. The back cover shows the industry's top figures, including Elon Musk, NVIDIA's CEO Jensen Huang, and OpenAI CEO Sam Altman.
Good Day Chicago at 7 starts now.
Breaking now at 7 o'clock, 2 police officers are in the hospital after a crash right in downtown Chicago. We're going to tell you how this happened.
And a stunning development in the deadly shooting of Officer Crystal Rivera. Her family now suing CPD and her former partner. We're going to walk you through this lawsuit.
The deadline to ship your holiday packages is almost here. What you need to know to get them under the tree in time.
And the deep freeze is also here. We're getting ready for some of the coldest temperatures of the season.
Uh-oh. Okay. Before we get to Mike's forecast, just want to say good morning and happy Friday. Happy Orange Friday, everybody. It's cold out there. We're getting colder.
Getting colder. This weekend's going to be, we've been talking about this. This could be one of the, if not the coldest game in terms of wind chill played at Soldier Field for the Bears. It's going to be that cold. But, you know, as we've been saying, somebody in the stands, they're going to take off their shirt. It's not that bad out there. The Bears. All right, so here's the deal. Today, not that cold, just kind of typical cold. 24 at 9, 29 at noon, close to our high for the day. There are going to be some peaks of sunshine. 4 o'clock, mainly cloudy. There could be a flurry at some point today, but kind of like yesterday, no big deal with that. These are the current temperatures. Aurora's airport has dropped to 5, 21 at O'Hare Midway, 19 at Gary and also Michigan City. In Waukegan, it is 17. Mercifully, it's not that windy, so the wind chill pretty close to the actual air temperature. Little light batch of snow clipped far southern portions of Chicagoland. That thing has raced off to our east, but the next storm system tied to the Arctic front is off to our northwest. I'll tell you where that is most likely to produce some light snow in a little bit. But right now, let's get you where you need to be on time. Gabriella Primus has our 7 a.m. traffic update. Sky Fox is looking at what?
Mike, so we have Sky Fox over northbound DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Now, this is closer to the Museum of Science and Industry. 3 different situations here, all seems like involving crashes. One starts at 53rd. That's what we showed you just in my last report. Another at 51st, and then this is near 47th. This is the most severe of the 3. 2-vehicle crash blocking, or maybe this, yep, this is 2-vehicle crash blocking a right lane here, leaving 2 lanes open for folks. Traffic starts around MSI all the way to this area because traffic is kind of dodging these 3 different situations. So you can see some of the lineup there. It looks like crews are taking care of this, and one of the cars might have slid off over into the right shoulder there. All right, we'll keep you updated on this and much more here coming up. I'll send it back to you, Brian.
We're breaking this morning. 2 Chicago police officers are in the hospital following a crash overnight on LaSalle. The officers were driving north when a woman driving west blew right through a traffic signal and slammed into them. CPD says that all 3 are going to be okay, and the woman was cited. And this now marks the 2nd day in a row that we've seen a crash involving Chicago police officers. Yesterday, 2 officers were hurt when they swerved to avoid hitting another driver on Lower Riker Drive. They ended up crashing into a median. Thankfully, both of those officers are expected to recover.
The family of Chicago police officer Crystal Rivera suing the Chicago Police Department after her former partner shot and killed her.
Roseanne is live this morning to walk us through this wrongful death lawsuit. Roseanne?
Well, CPD determined that Rivera was shot accidentally by her partner last June, but attorneys now say it was no accident. They say Rivera and Carlos Baker were actually involved in a relationship that she had just ended prior to the shooting. The wrongful death lawsuit filed yesterday blames her partner, Carlos Baker, and the Chicago Police Department for ignoring signs Baker was a danger. Police initially said Rivera was shot by a suspect that had barricaded himself, but we later learned the shot did come from her partner's weapon. Her attorney says after the 2 broke up, she asked for a new partner, telling the department she was concerned about her safety. Attorneys say his failure to call an ambulance or render any aid after Rivera's shooting is telling. It is also devastating to Rivera's family.
That grief does not ease with time. It doesn't ease. It follows us every day. And I hope, and we hope, that this legal action brings real answers.
Well, Baker was stripped of his police powers in August, and the Civilian Office of Police Accountability continues to investigate. Beyond that, Chicago police say they do not comment on pending litigation. Outside Police Headquarters, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32, Chicago.
All right, thank you, Roseanne, for that update. Right now, Will County deputies, they are looking for 2 people who, they say, tied up a 73-year-old woman and then held her at gunpoint in her own home. According to the sheriff's office, this woman believes that those robbers followed her back home from the grocery store and then confronted her right after she pulled into her garage in Homer Glen, and then they got away with her credit card and pulled $2,000 out of her account.
Well, today, tenants at an apartment building in South Shore are being forced to leave their homes. A judge ordered the eviction at the Freeman Apartments earlier this week, citing concerns about gas leaks and plumbing issues. The building, located at 75th and South Shore, was also raided by federal immigration agents back in September. Many of the tenants have said that they could end up homeless. A federal appeals court is blocking the release of hundreds of immigrants detained during Operation Midway Blitz. Thursday's decision also allows the extension of a consent decree that outlines how federal agents can make warrantless arrests. Last month, the U.S. District Judge ordered the detainees to be released on bond, claiming the government violated the consent decree. But the court says that the judge overstepped his authority by ordering a blanket release instead of a case-by-case.
The Trump administration is extending the National Guard's deployment to Chicago despite a judge's order blocking them. The Defense Department says that they will be stationed in Chicago through at least the month of April of next year. And this follows a tense hearing on Capitol Hill with Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth questioning whether the Guard can even be used for law enforcement roles that they're not trained to do.
They went on the record today and said, you know what? We are ready to deploy troops for law enforcement functions. And by the way, we are also not going to provide legal protection for service members who try to protect civilians from federal agent abuse. So it's quite astonishing to hear the Trump administration say that. They even admitted that they would be willing to use troops at polling stations during the next election cycle.
Senate Republicans say the Guard members play a crucial role, though, in public safety in urban areas where they believe that Democratic leaders have fallen short.
Well, time is running out to get your holiday gifts under the tree. That shipping deadline is next week. Now, you've got to send your packages by December the 17th if you don't want to have to pay an arm and a leg. That is the deadline for first-class mail and ground service shipping. Now, if you're willing to shell out a little bit more, you have until December the 18th to send priority mail. And then the date is December 20th for Priority Mail Express. USPS says it will likely be their busiest week of the year. Well, this Sunday, the Bears are putting on all the layers as they're getting ready to face the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, they're going to need the, you know, those big blankets they have on, the heating machines, and then Caleb Williams, those little cozy.
Yeah, like Brady was talking about how he like tucked into one side.
Exactly.
So couldn't let the heat escape.
With 6 hot pockets in there. Okay, on paper, it looks like the Bears would win this one, but you know what? You can never guarantee victory in the NFL. Every win is hard fought. Bears are riding a 5-game win streak before that heartbreaker against the Packers at Lambeau last week. And Cleveland has only won 3 games all season, but QB Shedeur Sanders, that rookie, can't overlook this guy. Rookie of the week, he won that. He scored 3 touchdown passes against the Titans last week, ran in for another.
Yeah, it was good, very good.
Yeah, there you go. And you can catch all the action right here on Fox 32. You're home for the Bears, and you're going to want to hang out with those two. Stay warm. Watch us. Yes. On Sunday morning, 9:30 a.m. is when Anthony Herron and Luke Canellis kick off Bears Game Day Live.
But if you do have to head outdoors this weekend, Mike's got some not great news.
Not great. No, I mean, we're not going to be breaking any records, but it's going to be the coldest air so far this season. Here's what I'll say, though. The Browns did win last week, but they played one of the few teams in the NFL worse than the Browns, the Tennessee Titans. So, you know, there are some college teams that might be able to look good against the Titans. If you look at the sky out there, we're seeing some breaks in the cloud cover. A little snowmaker that skirted off to our south overnight is gone, and in its wake, I think we're going to break off into at least a little bit of sunshine mixing with the cloud cover. That's what we're looking at here off to the southwest. This is, I've mentioned this often, this is called the Belt of Venus, a little pinkish area there opposite where the sun is either rising or where it is setting. So today, temperatures are cold, but not as cold as they're going to be. This is what we've got, the actual air temperatures. Aurora's airports dropped to 5. 21, though, at O'Hare and Midway. 19 at Joliet. 17 at Waukegan. 21 at Valparaiso. Benton Harbor, 26 degrees. And yes, there's a little bit of snow on the way tomorrow. Take a look at our Weather Authority Futurecast. Let's see where it's going to go. Today, could there be a flurry from some of these lower clouds? Yes. Is there going to be any accumulation? Nope. Tonight, it'll become mostly cloudy. During the day tomorrow, there may be a little morning sunshine, but then we pick up cloud cover, and here is your area of snow. Now, this looks maybe a little more ominous than it is, even for the city, but notice where the snow is falling. South, and that's where you might get a couple of inches of snow south of I-80. Most of Chicagoland, it is going to be fractions of an inch or maybe even a goose egg in Lake and McHenry County. This is not a big snowstorm for us by any stretch, but what is coming in, the really cold air. I expect to see parts of the area get a cold weather advisory for wind chills. It might be 20 below zero or worse on Sunday morning. But the end is in sight. Look at these temperatures next week. Tuesday, 38, 44 Wednesday, 48 on Thursday. If we get enough sunshine, gentlemen, do you know what we might hit on Thursday?
Let's hear it.
50.
What?
Ooh. Right now I'm going 48.
Bring out the shorts.
Bring out the shorts, the flip-flops, and
all the things.
You know, maybe a nice cocktail with one of those umbrellas.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Got to get the pineapple in there, too. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, this morning we want to thank you for the huge show of generosity all day yesterday during the Lurie Children's Radiothon.
Yeah, the grand total from Thursday is in, and together we raised nearly $1 million. All of those funds will go towards life-saving patient care, critical research, and family support. Thanks to all of our viewers at home and listeners on the radio. The hospital was able to raise more than $925,000, but the goal is still $1 million.
Yeah, still time to reach that goal. Get that last $75K in the bank there. Radiothon continues through Sunday, and there's 3 really easy ways to donate. You can call 888-831-7733 or text the word Lurie to 34984 or just hit that QR code on your screen.
Well, more Good Day Chicago ahead, but first, it is Orange Fridays. Bears looking to get back on the winning track as we're taking on the Cleveland Browns at Chili Soldier Field this weekend. We love when you send us your Bears pictures. Been a great season so far. Let's keep it going Sunday with the win against the Browns. We'll be right back.
Make the most.
Indiana Senate Republicans have rejected President Trump's redistricting plan. The proposed map would have given Republicans control of all 9 of the state's congressional seats, up from the 7 that they currently hold. More Republicans voted against the measure than voted for it. President Trump has promised to back primary challengers against any Republican who voted no.
Meantime, a panel of judges will meet today to hear arguments on 2 lawsuits that aim to redraw Wisconsin's congressional maps. Both cases argued that the maps are an unconstitutional gerrymander favoring Republicans who hold 6 of the state's 8 districts right now. Today's hearing will decide whether either case can move forward. And on Capitol Hill, Kristi Noem faced some tough questions from lawmakers about ICE operations here in Chicago and around the country. Noem says that ICE has deported more than 200,000 people since President Trump returned to office. Data published by UC Berkeley shows more than a third of those deported had no criminal records.
She's got a lot of explaining to do about why she's not just going after the, quote, worst of the worst, which we all agree on. She's also been deporting and detaining U.S. citizens.
You haven't been telling us the truth.
We are doing our targeted enforcement operations against criminal illegal aliens. Individuals that are in that area may be detained until we verify who they are, and then they are released.
Several Democrats want Noem to resign, but she says that is not going to happen. And President Trump is promising to ramp up pressure on Venezuela as that country's leader is accusing the U.S. of international piracy.
The U.S. seized a Venezuelan oil tanker following a series of strikes against suspected drug boats. Doug LaSalle has more on some of the escalating tensions from Washington.
The White House says the president is not interested in a prolonged war with Venezuela, but we have seen a major escalation in recent days.
The dramatic U.S. takeover of an oil tanker allegedly bound for Iran, just the latest escalation against Venezuela. And President Trump says this effort will go well beyond the high seas.
And we'll start that on land, too. It's going to be starting on land pretty soon.
Criminal e ilegal.
Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro called it criminal and illegal and accused the U.S. of piracy. And the tanker seizure just the latest U.S. action. It follows one strike after another on suspected drug boats heading to the U.S., a tactic President Trump says has been extremely effective.
If you look at the drug traffic by sea is down 92%. And nobody can figure out who the 8% is because I have no idea. Anybody getting involved in that right now is not doing well.
He seems to be sleepwalking into a war with Venezuela.
Congressional critics argue that the president is going too far in an effort to oust the Maduro regime. And there is still pressure on the Pentagon to release additional footage from the September 2nd boat attack that involved a second strike on survivors. A report by Reuters, meantime, suggests Maduro could ultimately flee to another country as pressures mount. But for now, Maduro is defiant, and Trump says he's not backing down.
And so it has to do with a lot of things. They've treated us badly, and I guess now we're not treating them so good.
Now, as for that oil tanker, the president says the U.S. is likely to keep the oil. In Washington, Doug LaSalle, Fox News.
All right, it's 7:18 back here in Chicago.
Oh, that's a nice view.
That's a nice view.
Look at that.
For sure.
Yeah.
See the sun coming up there?
Yeah, it wants to come out today, huh, Mike?
It does. You know, we may end up getting just a touch more sun. I've been going mostly cloudy, but it's pretty sizable holes in the cloud deck out there right now as we get some drier air in here in the wake of a system that brought a little bit of light snow overnight to far southern portions of Chicagoland. You can actually kind of make out the snow that's on the ground. We're able to use heat sensing technology with the satellite image, and that picks up the cold snow on the ground. You can make out the river valleys where there isn't any snow out there. Little patch of cloud cover across southern Wisconsin. So today we'll see some sun, and there's only a tiny chance of a flurry sneaking out of that sky today. But the main story is the cold that is on the way. So let's address wind chills. That's what it feels like on your skin that isn't covered up. Has nothing to do with the radiator on your car. Wind chills have nothing to do with your pipes freezing outside. That's all actual air temperature. So this is just, if you aren't bundled up, what's it going to feel like on your face or your hands. Today, we're looking at wind chills in the 20s. It's cold, but it's not that terrible. It's not that dangerous. But overnight tonight, you start to see the influx of that cold Arctic air. By daybreak tomorrow, pretty much area-wide, sub-zero wind chills. And that will be the case all day tomorrow. And at night tomorrow into Sunday morning, that is when we're going to have the worst of this. 8 o'clock, we're looking at a lot of the area double digits below zero. And then when it could be truly dangerous levels, minus 20 or worse, probably going to warrant a cold weather advisory from the Weather Service for late tomorrow night into Sunday morning. Bears will be playing their game with wind chills maybe barely above zero. But once we get past this weekend, there's light at the end of the tunnel. We've got some 40s on the way next week. Might not even be too far away from 50 on Thursday if we can get enough sunshine. I see a car that does not appear to be on road surface there, Gabrielle.
That's right, Mike. Hyde Park has been a busy spot if you're going northbound to DuSable Lakeshore Drive this morning. Everything is pretty much cleared, though. This was that two-vehicle crash I was showing you near 47th on northbound LSD. Involved two vehicles. The other vehicle involved in this and the police car just drove off now. But now it's over on the right shoulder, if you call it that, or just the green space over on the right side. We had two other incidents reported. Stalls, one blocking a right lane near 53rd, another one near 51st. Those two have also cleared, so things are moving smoothly in this area. Let's head over to our drive times. Starting with the Dan Ryan on from 95th to the Burn Interchange, full 25 minutes. There's also that crash northbound Bishop Ford near Sibley Boulevard that's just reported, blocking a couple lanes, involved three vehicles. That traffic starts around 159, just to be clear. 35 minutes on the Stevenson from 355 to DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Same on the Eisenhower, and 35 minutes as well on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown. Brian.
Well, plenty more to come this morning on Good Day Chicago. There's growing concern that the rise of TikTok could be rotting our brains. Now, research is starting to back that up. Plus, a new survey reveals why you might need to find a new hiding place for those holiday gifts. And first, a new change to a proposal aiming to ban hemp sales here in Chicago. The one product that is now safe from the list. Stay with us. Time is now 7:21. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. New this morning, a proposal to ban certain hemp products in Chicago now includes an exemption for THC drinks. The development was first reported by Block Club Chicago. 13th Ward Alder Marty Quinn made the announcement after restaurants and breweries that sell THC drinks gave a little pushback on the proposal, which did pass committee last week. If it's passed by the full city council, then signed by the mayor, the new rules would go into effect in March.
President Donald Trump is preparing an executive order that aims to loosen federal restrictions on marijuana. The move would place the drug in the same category as some prescription painkillers and steroids. This would make it easier to research, but it would not legalize or decriminalize it nationwide.
Okay, Australia is now the first country to outright ban all social media for kids under 16 years old. And it comes as growing research is showing that social media use can lead to anxiety, depression, loneliness, and other mental health problems. Illinois Senator Dick Durbin says he thinks that the U.S. Congress should keep a close eye on what's happening in Australia and how the whole ban plays out in the event that America might want to follow suit.
I want to watch this Australian experiment. I'm sure the kids hate it, but the fact of the matter is we've got to keep them safe to the point where they can be responsible in using these devices.
All right, in response to that, a computer science and engineering professor at Notre Dame University tells us that the whole wait-and-see approach is probably the best way to go before doing anything.
I appreciate the Senator Durbin's passion on this subject, and I'm glad that he has that passion. But I think the right way right now is to wait and see this play out, because I don't think that the law will work as Australia intends.
And as of right now, there are no official plans about a possible ban in the U.S.
Well, a group of young fathers are celebrating a huge milestone. The latest cohort of graduates, a part of the Dovetail Project, walked across the stage on Thursday. 30 fathers are part of this year's graduating class, each one of them completing a 12-week journey through the project. The program is designed to help fathers build stronger skills, grow as leaders, and become positive forces in their community. Several of the participants were recognized for outstanding leadership. Graduates say that the program is giving them a fresh start and a second chance to make an impact.
The Dovetail Project in Mr. O's class changed my life. They gave me something I didn't even know I was missing. A vision. They showed me how to stand up for myself, how to fight for my future, and how to be the man my family needs.
You can apply to be a part of their next class on the dovetailproject.org.
All right, Mike, what do we got going for our Friday as we head into the deep freeze?
Well, take a look at the live shots and the camera views behind me here. We're getting a little bit of sunshine out there. Today's going to be kind of garden variety cold, but oh boy, this weekend means business. But if you can endure the next couple of days, I've got some real good news about next week. Anthony, folks are wearing a lot of orange and blue, aren't they?
Yes, in anticipation of this matchup in the deep freeze against the Browns on Sunday. We got another gallery of you guys and your Bears fans looking great. Keep sending the photos in, everybody. GDC@Fox.com. Just attach a photo. We'll be rolling out a new gallery every Orange Friday. Go Bears, bear down. We'll be right back on a Friday morning.
200 million.
Thanks for sticking with us here on Good Day Chicago. Your time is now 7:30.
Yeah, happy Friday, everybody. Here's a look at some of the stories we are following. Subsidies for the Affordable Health Care Act are set to expire at the end of the year. This is the whole thing behind the government shutdown. And the Senate could not agree on a plan to extend them. Congress is set to leave Washington soon, so it doesn't seem like a solution will be found here in the very short term. Millions depend on the subsidies to help pay for health insurance on federal exchanges, and without them, premiums for many, many folks are set to skyrocket in 2026.
Well, 3 people were hospitalized overnight in a crash with a Chicago police cruiser. Police say a woman ignored a red light and crashed into the cruiser as it was heading north on LaSalle. The woman and the 2 officers in the squad car were hurt, but all are in good condition. Police said that the woman was given citations.
All right, here's something great. The Chicago Marathon made a run for the money It wound up setting a new record for fundraising this year. Just over $47 million the runners raised, which crushed last year's record. Last year set a record too, but this year, $10 million more. And the marathon believes the presence of former Cub Anthony Rizzo will help break records next year once again. He's going to be running for his foundation to help kids with cancer. Other news, the family of Chicago police officer Crystal Rivera is suing the Chicago Police Department over her death last June.
They offered a disturbing picture of what happened the night she died. Roseanne has more this morning.
Right, this all raises the question, was her death just an accident while doing a dangerous job, or was it an intentional act of a jilted boyfriend? Well, the wrongful death lawsuit announced yesterday blames her partner, Carlos Baker, and the Chicago Police Department for ignoring signs that Baker was a danger. Rivera was shot last June while on duty. Police initially said by a suspect that had barricaded himself. We later learned the shot came from her partner's weapon. What the public didn't know was that the two were involved romantically, and Rivera had just ended the relationship. Her attorneys say she asked for a new partner, telling the department she was concerned for her safety. They say his actions the night of her death speak volumes.
Incredibly, he didn't call for an ambulance. In fact, his cover-up began after he shot her. Immediately, he claimed that shots were fired at police, when the only shot that was fired that night was from his gun in Crystal's direction. There can be nothing more shocking when that partner is actually shot. And there is nothing more mortifying that when that partner is shot, that the shooting partner leaves her there to die.
Now, additionally, attorneys say that Baker had a long history of police misconduct. Now, CPD says they do not comment on pending litigation. However, we can tell you that Baker was removed from duty in August, and the Civilian Office of Police Accountability continues to investigate this entire incident. Back to you now in the studio.
Well, Sunday will mark 13 years since that massacre at Sandy Hook Elementary School. Lawmakers will join gun violence survivors this morning in Washington to honor the victims. They also say that they will continue to do more to stop gun violence. Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal says that he will once again try to get a ban on assault weapons and ghost guns. He says the younger generation could lead a change in gun laws.
It may not come while we are here, but make no mistake, this new generation will lead us to winning against gun violence.
26 people were killed in that massacre. 20 of them were elementary students between the ages 6 and 7 years old. It remains the worst elementary school shooting in our country's history.
Former NBA player Jason Collins says he only has about a year left to live. This is too sad. Collins, who became the first openly gay player in the 4 major North American sports, says he has an aggressive form of brain cancer. Collins, who is 47 years old, says the cancer came on very quickly, and he was feeling the symptoms over the summer. We wish him the best. And the winner of Eurovision says they will give back their trophy to protest Israel being allowed in the contest. Eurovision is that massive singing contest across Europe and other parts of the planet. Swiss singer Nemo won in 2024, but says including Israel in next year's contest goes against Eurovision's ideals of unity and inclusion. 4 countries, Ireland, Spain, the Netherlands, and Slovenia, have pulled out of the contest for the same reason.
Well, you may need a new place to hide your gifts. A survey finds most people will try to hide them in a closet or in the bedroom. Some people say that they keep them in a car or even let a friend guard them. Although half of people said that they forgot where they hide their gifts and didn't remember until after the holidays. Either of you guys ever run into that? Forget where you put the gifts?
I've never forgotten, but I was going to say, I've noticed some shifting of some personal effects in my top drawer of late. I got a 9-year-old kid who's very curious.
Snoopy.
Exactly. There was a package opened that didn't have his name on it from the Amazon folks. So It's a situation.
He's becoming an investigative reporter.
Exactly.
I love it.
Exactly.
Hey, take a look at the sunshine beaming off of our skyscrapers there along the lakefront. We're getting a little bit of sun here this morning, so I'm going to try and be a little bit more optimistic about the sky cover today. There will be a little more cloud cover, I think, in the afternoon. All right, here's the deal. We've got to jump across a cold hurdle before frigid Arctic air invades tonight through Sunday. Snow is likely tomorrow, with areas south of I-80 possibly picking up a few inches, like a 2 to 3. Nobody's getting a lot out of this. Milder air bathes all of Chicagoland starting on Tuesday and lasting for a time. Skies are clear at O'Hare. Calm winds, and that has set the stage for a new problem in a few areas, which I'll show you in a little bit. 19 at the lakefront, 10 at Woodstock, 18 at Kankakee, 21 at Valparaiso, LaSalle, Peru, one of the warmer spots where it's 24. With clearing skies, where it snowed even just a little bit overnight, we're seeing some patchy fog. And in Grundy County at the airport there around Morris, Coal City, visibility has dropped to a quarter mile. This is very localized, but don't be surprised if you encounter in those areas a little bit of fog out there this morning. We'll hit 30 today. Partly sunny, cloudier in the afternoon. Not a lot of wind, as we're seeing now. Tonight, winds begin to pick up in advance of that Arctic front. We'll have a low of 8. Wind chills will get below 0 and stay there most of the weekend. The high tomorrow, I'm going 16. Why? Because that's the temperature at midnight, and temperatures will continue to fall to 0 in the city Sunday morning. We'll be looking at wind chills, I think, in many parts, 20 below 0 on Sunday morning. A high of 12 for that Bears game, despite sunshine. But the back end of this 7-day forecast, at least in my opinion, pointed in the right direction. 38 Tuesday, then 40 plus Wednesday and Thursday. If we can get enough sunshine here Thursday, that 48 may not be quite warm enough. All right, let's look at a photo. This one, by the way, was taken by Forest Ranger, Anthony and Brian. Forest Ranger took that photo of some cool clouds over the greater Gurnee
Beautiful.
Complex. We'd like to thank Forrest.
I wonder who Forrest is.
Forrest Ranger.
Yeah.
Back to you, gentlemen.
Excellent image there. Thank you very much, sir. 7:38. The Chicago Bears, they're hosting their 37th annual coat drive. It's underway. The Bears, along with Jewel Osco, the Salvation Army, and Sureway Movers, they're asking for your coat donations. Just drop them off at any participating Jewel Osco now through February 16th. You can find more info online if you need it at chicagobears.com/coat drive.
Speaking of the Bears, it is Orange Friday. Here's some of your wonderful pictures of you in your best Bears gear. If you're heading out to see the Browns and the Bears this Sunday, definitely bundle up in layers and get a lot of hot cocoa because you're going to need it. It's going to be cold out there. We love seeing these pictures. Time is now 7:39. We'll be right back on this Orange Friday.
The first one. well met. Oh, that's nice.
All right, welcome back. 7:41. How many times did you hear watching all that TV is going to rot your brain? Well, there may be some good research to back up that claim. Dr. Firas Jadon, who is a psychiatrist with Endeavor Health, is with us to run us through a new study that looked at short-form videos, okay? These are across social media. I know YouTube Shorts, they can be really addictive, TikTok stuff. Okay, so Dr. Jadon, what have we learned from this study, and what is the big takeaway here?
Yeah, so the relationship between social media and health outcomes is a pretty new and a rapidly evolving discussion in the professional space, but there is some evolving evidence and sentiments that, as well as from a recently released meta-analysis that shows a potential association between excessive exposure to short-form video content and negative effects on domains such as sustained attention, self-regulation, and even stress and anxiety.
Is this having an equal impact on kids versus adults? Because you know, sometimes when I get caught, you know, in the scrolling mode, I can actually kind of feel like, wow, I feel like I'm just amped up.
Yeah, I mean, the studies are mostly done in kids from what I've seen so far, but I think there's plenty of reason to believe that similar effects are going to happen throughout the lifespan.
All right. At what point do we know that we have reached that point of too much consumption?
You know, at the point at which social media use becomes harmful is going to be highly personal and variable from one person to another. And, you know, completely abstaining from social media might not be realistic just because it's such an integral part of how we communicate and socialize these days. But I do feel that a little bit of self-reflection can go a long way. And you can start by asking yourself questions like, do I have control over the way that I'm using social media? Or if I were to decrease my usage, would that be distressful or uncomfortable for me in some way? Another question you could ask is my social media use interfering with my social relationships or my personal responsibilities? And finally, you could always ask yourself, am I habitually using a device in situations that could be harmful or otherwise hazardous? If the answer is yes, it might be worth considering whether or not you're interested in potentially implementing some changes.
Ooh, okay. What are those potential changes that you could implement to try to kind of break our addiction to these videos?
Yeah, so most, if not all, devices should have some kind of application that can both allow you to track existing screen time and even put time limitations on applications and phone usage going forward. So if you do want to start to decrease that phone usage, that could be a good place to start to both track your progress and even begin to put some of those goals into practice.
Okay, one more question here. How do we think it'll impact future generations with more kids getting online at younger and younger ages here?
I think it's hard to say, but, you know, we'll just wait to see how the evidence bears itself out. It's all very preliminary, but just colloquially speaking, I think we are starting to see some concerns about how this could affect attention and academic performance based on these studies. But hopefully we'll have ways to help out and kind of mitigate these things while maintaining some of the benefits going forward.
One more question, Dr. Jadon. If folks want to kind of dive in and look at results of the study in kind of a layman's way, is there a place they can do that online?
It might be hard to find, but, you know, a lot of the studies are pretty early in their approach right now, and it's a really rapidly evolving discussion in the space.
Okay, Dr. Jadon with Endeavor Health, thank you so much for being here in studio and running us through that. I know we've been talking about it so much, especially with the social media ban that just went into place in Australia. That's been big news this week.
Absolutely.
It's 7:45. Here's a quick look at what is coming up on Good Day Chicago during our 8 and 9 o'clock hours, so keep it right here.
12 before 8 on this Friday before the coldest air of the season arrives. Today, we got a good deal of sunshine out there across most of Chicagoland right now, including right over the lakefront there. Consequently, I've improved my sky forecast for today. Temperature-wise, I think we're still going to max out around 30, maybe a little bit colder far north, but these temperatures running just a few degrees colder than normal, and I think it will end up being a little bit cloudier this afternoon than what we have out there right now. I know some of you, especially maybe Grundy and Kankakee County, seeing a little bit of fog out there. You picked up just a little snow, skies cleared. There's enough moisture there to lead to some low visibilities. The storm system had brought some snow south of Chicago, way off to our southeast now. This is the leading edge of the Arctic air, and yes, there will likely be some snow for parts of Chicagoland tomorrow, but nobody's getting much snowfall. South of I-80, maybe an inch or two the way it looks now. Let's time it out for you. During the morning hours tomorrow, I think we're quiet, but once we get in the afternoon, you see that snow's trying to creep in, maybe getting as far north as the city for a while, but this is not a big snowstorm for the city of Chicago, and by tomorrow evening, this thing is done. But the cold is here to stay for only a couple of days, the really intense cold that might even warrant a cold weather advisory because of wind chills. It could be 20 below zero tomorrow night into Sunday morning. It's going to be a cold Bears game. 30 today, partly sunny skies, a little bit cloudier this afternoon. Tonight, eventually getting down to 8, maybe a couple of flurries. Then the 7-day forecast. I'll go with 16 for the high tomorrow. That's because that's the temperature at midnight. During the afternoon, it'll only be about 10. Same story for the Bears game. Sunday with sunshine, 12. And then we get out of the deep freeze. The pattern shift is on the way. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday way above freezing, even maybe flirting with 50 here by the end of next week, right?
From a classic Chicago Christmas movie like you've never seen it before to a legendary actor performing on the stage here in the Chi. Jake joins us with the hottest entertainment headlines trending around Chicago this morning.
Yeah, man, there's so much going on, not just this weekend, but looking ahead even into January, believe it or not. And we're going to start with one of the all-time great Christmas movies filmed right here in our backyard. And even if you've seen it a million times, what if you could hear the music played live right in front of you?
We slept in!
That's right. The Chicago Symphony Orchestra will be performing Home Alone in concert Friday, Saturday, and Sunday this weekend. They're going to be showing the movie on the big screen while they perform that iconic John Williams score live along with it. For tickets and information, visit cso.org. Next up, this is really cool. Legendary Oscar-nominated actor Ian McKellen will be appearing next month at the Chicago Shakespeare Theater. It's a one-night benefit performance. It's called One Night Only, night spelled with a K. It'll be on January 30th. The show will benefit the Chicago Shakespeare Theater and will trace the legendary actor's iconic career from his work on stage with Shakespeare to Lord of the Rings to X-Men. McKellen will perform twice, once for a paying audience and another for Chicago area students and teachers. Next up, the Chicago Film Critics Association just named One Battle After Another the best film of 2025. In fact, the movie actually broke a Chicago Film Critics record, earning 9 different awards. Also included Best Director, Best Supporting Actress, Best Supporting Actor, and Most Promising Performer for Chicago's own Chase Infinity right there. The movie is the odds-on favorite to win Best Picture at next year's Academy Awards.
Okay, this does not look like this is gonna end well. For you guys.
Do others on your planet have powers like you?
No, it's a pretty small group of 2.
This looks fun. Next up, we're going to get our first look at the new trailer for Supergirl. House of Dragon star Millie Alcock plays Superman's cousin, Kora Zor-El, though she's not quite as excited about truth, justice, and the American way as her cousin is. Movie opens in theaters next summer, June 26th.
Just the tiniest little move, if it's filled, it has huge ripples. And for me, that's one of the things that I've studied of my grandfather in all of his films. Like for this film and for any film that I've ever been in and play or whatever, you know, it's like, wow, he was so embodied.
And coming up in the next hour of Good Day Chicago, the new villain in the upcoming Avatar sequel has a last name that might be familiar to you. Chaplin. We're going to talk with actress Una Chaplin, granddaughter of silent film star Charlie Chaplin, about the lessons that she actually learned from her grandfather that she put into practice on the big screen in the new blockbuster hitting theaters next week.
Wow, that called Hollywood royalty,
right? Exactly right.
The least.
Exactly. How many people can say like, yeah, my grandfather, he was in modern times. He was a kid. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Unbelievable. All right, thank you, Jake. Plenty more Good Day Chicago just ahead, so keep it right here. Good morning, everybody.
Save big money on
Right, if your food is a little more spicy than normal, check the doorbell cam. Indiana police are investigating a DoorDash driver accused of spraying someone's food with an irritant. Oh my. The people who ordered the food say they started choking after taking a bite. The Vanderburgh County Sheriff says that the video appears to be authentic, but also says the investigation is still ongoing. DoorDash says that it has broken ties with the driver.
Arkansas Public Television has become the first statewide public TV station to break ties with PBS. Arkansas TV says it can't afford to pay its membership anymore since Congress cut $500 million in public broadcasting funding. Arkansas TV says it would be bankrupt in 2 years if it kept paying PBS.
All right, if you were ever on the fence about going skydiving, the video will make that decision for you. I saw this and I was like, okay, yeah, hold up on my thought. In Australia, a skydiver's parachute got tangled on the tail of the plane. There were 17 people on the plane getting ready for a formation jump. They were 15,000 feet up at the time. The pilot had to keep the plane straight as the trapped person used a knife to cut themselves free. The person was able to deploy another parachute and land with just minor injuries. That could have gone so much differently.
So it sounds like he had a backup parachute.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow, okay. Well, that is not the only mishap with a skydiver. In Mexico, one skydiver, look at that, crashed into traffic. This was earlier in the week on Tuesday. This could have been a lot worse as well, but there fortunately weren't many people on the street at the time. That skydiver, lucky in more ways than one, skydiving is banned over urban areas in Mexico, but that man will apparently not face charges.
They're like, well, you should just be glad you have your life.
Yes.
What's a robot librarian's favorite book? You should hope it's not Robot Apocalypse. Pepper the robot made her debut at the library in Honolulu. The robot was built for the library and works with visitors. Pepper can give directions and play with kids, but Pepper does not seem to give out recommendations. Yet.
It's a matter of time. All right, someone has laid out more than $1 million for a signed Kobe Bryant card. It's a 2004 Upper Deck card. It was sold at auction and has 2 patches cut from his jersey back when Kobe was wearing number 8.
Wow.
That now becomes, at $1 million, the 3rd highest Kobe card ever to be sold.
Totally understandable.
And here's another throwback. Dig out your Oakleys. Maybe the deck with the auto reverse, because cassette tapes are back. Make us a mixtape. Cassette sales were up 204% in Q1 of this year. And current artists like Taylor Swift, Billie Eilish, Lady Gaga, they're all putting their music on cassette. Kids might be tapping into nostalgia as well. Those same kids, they probably never made a mixtape. That was a lot of work. That was a true act of love. If you took the time, oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to rewind the tape with a pencil sometimes. Remember those days? If you left a tape out in the sun, it could melt on you.
Or you had a dad that threw it out the window because it wasn't the kind of music that he liked.
Are you serious? Wait, what album? I got to ask, what, do you remember?
That's for the break.
Okay. I'm curious.
If you have needed a little more Lara Croft in your life, your prayers have been answered. 2 new Tomb Raider games are on the way. The first is a remake of the first game from 1996, Tomb Raider, The Legacy of Atlantis. It will come out next year. The other is a new adventure called Tomb Raider Catalyst. It's due in 2027. It will be the first new Tomb Raider game since 2018.
It was Easy E, wasn't it?
Good Day Chicago at 8 starts now.
Right now on Good Day Chicago at 8 o'clock, there is a twist in the death of a Chicago police officer. Coming up, what her family now wants.
The Lurie Radiothon continues to be a massive success, and we will hear from one of the families that helped make it that.
Pause Chicago Adopt-a-thon starts today. How you can help make sure that pets get homes in time for the holidays.
From the Radiothon to the Adopt-a-thon.
This is good.
Oh, we wish we weren't going to have to adopt the temperatures we're in for this weekend, but isn't it beautiful, even with the cloud cover out there?
We got an Igloo-thon coming up, I think, this weekend. But yeah, we're seeing some sunshine now. And Anita got the Orange Friday memo here. You are bringing it with the orange and the blue.
I like it.
I like it.
I gave it a go.
That is spectacular. And let's hope that that bodes well for the Bears.
Yes, indeed.
Because the weather is going to be tough out there at Soldier Field on Sunday. Today, not too bad. We'll see some sunshine like we're seeing now. Maybe a little more cloud cover late in the afternoon. I think we'll be topping out pretty close to 30 for the high today with those peaks of sunshine, as we're seeing now. Partly sunny at O'Hare, 21. Not a whole lot of wind out there. West-northwest at 3, so the wind chill pretty close to the actual air temperature. Most of us, it's in the teens. Aurora, one of the unusually cold spots, as usual. Of course, that's Sugar Grove, 6. 22 at Midway. Where skies have cleared and we had just a little bit of snow overnight, there has been some fog out there this morning, which has reduced visibility. Good to see that the number there in Grundy County, which just an hour ago was down to a quarter mile, is now up to 2 miles and change. So fog shouldn't be much of a problem, but that cold means business this weekend.
Yeah, thank you for the warning there, Mike. Appreciate it. All right, the family of Chicago police officer Crystal Rivera is suing the Chicago Police Department over her death last June.
Yeah, and they offered a disturbing picture, quite frankly, of what happened the night she died. Roseanne has more. Good morning, Roseanne.
Good morning. Well, CPD determined that Rivera was shot in the line of duty accidentally by her partner last June. But attorneys say there's much more to the story. They say the two were in a romantic relationship and Rivera had just ended it. Well, Carlos Baker is The person blamed in the wrongful death lawsuit announced yesterday, along with Chicago police, for ignoring signs that Baker was a danger. Police initially said Rivera was shot by a suspect that had barricaded himself. We later learned the shot came from her partner's weapon. Her attorneys say after the two broke up and she asked for a new partner, telling the department she was concerned for her safety.
The Chicago Police Department knew that Carlos Baker was a liability. The Chicago Police Department knew that Carlos Baker was unfit for duty as a Chicago police officer. Crystal Rivera was Carlos Baker's partner, and she knew that Carlos Baker was reckless. Now, she told her supervisors that Carlos Baker was reckless. That's why I can tell you with confidence the Chicago Police Department knew. They knew at all times.
Baker was removed from duty in August, and the Civilian Office of Police Accountability continues to investigate. Meantime, the family of Rivera, they say they're devastated. They say that she was a hard-working police officer who dreamed of becoming a detective. Outside Chicago Police Headquarters, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32, Chicago.
All right, Roseanne, thank you for that update. Meantime, several people hospitalized this morning from an overnight crash. So Brian Jackson is here with more on what happened. Brian.
Well, two officers were part of that crash. Police say that a woman ignored a red light and crashed into the cruiser as it was heading north on LaSalle. The woman and the two officers in that squad car were hurt, but all are currently in good condition. Police say that the woman was given citations. The National Guard will stay in Chicago even though a judge blocked deployment of the troops. The War Department says the Guardsmen will be stationed in Chicago through April. Members of the Illinois National Guard were federalized in October. Even though the 60-day order has expired, they will remain under federal control. Republicans in the state Senate in Indiana have blocked an effort to redraw congressional districts. The president has been pushing for red states to give Republicans an edge in next year's midterm elections. This is a rare public rejection of the president by Republicans. One state Republican did not think that it was constitutional to redraw those congressional maps. Anita?
All right, Brian, thank you. Joliet police have arrested 3 people they believe are responsible for tying up a 73-year-old woman and holding her at gunpoint inside her Homer Glen home. The Will County Sheriff's Office says the victim believes the robbers followed her home from a grocery store and confronted her as she pulled into her garage. They allegedly stole her credit card, withdrew $2,000 from her account. Joliet police located the suspected vehicle early this morning, leading to the arrest of the 3 suspects. Charges are now pending.
A Starbucks in Naperville has become the first in the city to unionize. The Naperville Sun says the Starbucks on Wheaton Road voted 12-5 to unionize. There have been strikes across the country at some Starbucks by workers looking to unionize. And some Starbucks workers were planning on striking today in Chicago.
Well, today, tenants at an apartment building in South Shore are being forced to leave their homes. A judge ordered the eviction of Friedman Apartments earlier this week, citing concerns about gas leaks and plumbing issues. If you'll recall, this was the building at 75th and South Shore that was raided by federal immigration agents back in September. Many of the tenants have said that they could end up homeless.
Pilgrims are gathering today for the Feast of Our Lady of Guadalupe. Thousands are flocking to displays at the Shrine of Our Lady of Guadalupe for this annual tradition, and they are battling some extreme cold to wait in line there. Now, it has been a little different for some folks this year with worries that federal agents may show up. And the feast marks the anniversary of the Virgin Mary's appearance to St. Juan Diego in Mexico, just outside Mexico City in 1531.
Former Michigan football coach Sharon Moore expected in court today. This story continues to unfold and just get more mind-boggling as it goes. He's in custody for assault now, but police have not given any details about what might have happened. Michigan fired Moore on Wednesday when the university said he had an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. The university has also asked students if they know anything to get in touch with the school.
All right, Reddit is suing Australia over its new social media ban for people under 16. And as we reported, the ban just took effect this week. Reddit says it agrees with the spirit of the law, but as it stands, Reddit says it's intrusive for adults, and they say that it exposes everyone to identity processes that are not always secure. Reddit says the law is made up of an illogical patchwork.
All right, despite what you might want or wish, a red sky was not a sign of an alien invasion. In the world of the age of disclosure, part of the country saw the skies turn red, but NASA says it's something called a sprite, and it's very rare. It can happen during a thunderstorm, and it's more or less red lightning where the bolts sprout up into the atmosphere. Sounds like something, maybe a meteorologist we know would know something about. Maybe.
Yeah, when that picture came up, I was like, ooh, that's sprites. That's very cool.
Not just a tasty beverage.
Not anymore, no. And these are usually associated with the very strongest thunderstorms. As you mentioned, in this case, the lightning is going upward from the top of those thunderstorms.
That is wild.
Yeah. And
cool looking.
Very, very cool. And a lot of people claimed for years and years that they saw red lightning coming out of the top. And it was like, come on, come on. And now with the advent of everybody having a camera and stuff, we're able to prove that.
Very cool.
And they're like, I was right all along.
That's right, all along. No lightning in our forecast, but we've got a truckload of cold coming in here for the weekend and a little bit of snow tomorrow. Let's try and define it a little bit more specifically for you. First of all, I think the main focus of this forecast has got to be how cold it's going to feel. So let's talk wind chill. Today, not that bad. It's not going to be that windy. Wind chill's pretty close to the actual air temperature, so we're going to hold it in the 20s. Now, tonight, the Arctic front comes through here. Winds will begin to pick up. Temperatures will crash so that by the time we get to 6 a.m. tomorrow, area-wide feels like it's below zero, and the worst of it will be in the north and northwest suburbs. All day long tomorrow, wind chills below zero. Then watch what happens tomorrow night. These wind chills get dangerously cold in that -20 range, and this will likely trigger a cold weather advisory from the local National Weather Service because of those -20s. That sort of a temperature, skin can freeze in just a matter of a few minutes, and that is why it's going to be just ill-advised to be out for any period of time unless you are completely covered. What about snow? We had a little bit well south of the city overnight. No big deal with that. The next system is off to our west, the cold front, and an area of low pressure. But once again, it looks like the main focus of this feature is going to miss the majority of Chicagoland to the south. If you're south of I-80, maybe a couple of inches of fluffy snow. Most of Chicagoland will see 0 to very little snow. And then after tomorrow, I have no snow in the forecast, but I've got some big numbers coming. I'll share those with you in a little bit.
All right.
Bring them, sir. Bring them. We're ready. The Lurie Children's Radiothon is still going on, and we are about to hear from a family that has been helped by raising money in the past as we continue to raise money for those in the future. It's 8:11.
I'm on vacation.
right, welcome back, everyone. 8:13 right now. We're getting a glimpse of something we have not seen much this week, and that's a little sunshine.
It looks nice out there. It looks nice.
Still plenty of clouds, and you know the cold is going to set in, but at least we have a glimpse.
That's right.
Some sunshine. Let's take that. All right, a federal appeals court is blocking the release of hundreds of immigrants detained during Operation Midway Blitz. Thursday's decision also allows the extension of a consent decree that outlines how federal agents can make warrantless arrests. Last month, the U.S. District Judge ordered the detainees be released on bond, claiming the government violated the consent decree, but the court says that judge overstepped his authority by ordering a blanket release instead of a case-by-case.
All right, the family of Chicago police officer Crystal Rivera is suing the police department and the officer who killed her this past June. The wrongful death lawsuit claims that Rivera's partner, Officer Carlos Baker, was struggling to accept the end of their romantic relationship when he shot and killed her during a botched chase back on June 5th in Chatham.
Time's running out to get your holiday gifts under the tree. Oh, don't we know? The shipping deadline, though, is next week. If you don't want to spend an arm and a leg, you've got to send your packages and cards by December 17th. Now, this is the stuff you really need to pay attention to closely. That is the deadline for first-class mail, ground service shipping. If you're willing to pay more, you have until December 18th to send priority mail and December 20th for priority mail express. USPS says it will likely be their busiest week of the year for all the procrastinators out there. And I'm not saying you, I'm saying me too. We've got our work cut out for us. It's 8:15 though, got to talk about the weather.
Yes, indeed. Going to be cold, cold, cold this weekend, Mike Kaplan.
But then we're done with the extreme cold for a while. So if we can get through the next couple of days, oh, I've got some better news, at least in my opinion. Now, some of you guys like it cold, but boy, I'm ready for a change. And we do have a pattern change on the way. Out there right now, a lot of us seeing some sunshine. This is the view from the roof of our building, and you can see some cloud cover, but there's definitely sunshine breaking through there. This is a look at the satellite imagery, and you can see some of the thicker clouds to our north and also to our west, and what looks like cloud cover. Let me zoom in on this for you here. This may look like cloud cover here in eastern Iowa and across much of northern Illinois. Most of that is actually snow on the ground that we're able to see with satellite technology. But the storm system that is threatening some snow in our general area is back out to the west. I'll turn on the radar here and let's take a look at where the precip is coming down. Little stripe of snow there moving into northwest Wisconsin. The main feature, though, is back here. That's going to move into Chicagoland, parts of Chicagoland, tomorrow, specifically during the afternoon and early evening. But here's the deal. It doesn't have a lot of moisture to play with, so it's not going to be a big snowmaker, and the track of the storm system itself is going to deal most of Chicagoland only a glancing blow. So let's get you to tomorrow. In the morning, nothing going on. Might even see a few peaks of sunshine. By early afternoon, here comes the snow spreading in from the west, barely making it up to the city. This is where there might be a couple of inches of snow south of I-80. It's going to be a really powdery snow here, but that's it. I think the city and points north, barely any snow at all, but boy, the cold, that is unavoidable. Here's a look at the 7-day forecast, though, because there's hope. There's hope. After a high of only 12 on Sunday, look at these numbers coming in here next week. 38 Tuesday, 40 plus Wednesday, Thursday, and if we can get enough sunshine on Thursday, it might even hit 50 degrees. Anita?
Okay, thank you, Mike. The Bears always looking for people who help make a change in Chicago. And this year, the team named Matt D'Amato, who is CEO of New Life Centers, as its Inspire Change Changemaker Award winner. He's with me this morning. Matt, so great to have you here.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
I was reading your shirt, just a few moments ago. Even your shirt kind of speaks of your mission overall here. It's seek justice, love, mercy, walk humbly. Love that. Love it. So tell us about what New Life Centers does and what your reaction is to having this honor.
Yeah, so we're a community-based nonprofit here in Chicago. So we do youth mentoring, after-school programs, sports and play, community violence intervention, and community care, which involves feeding families and caring for new arrivals. And the Bears surprised me last week, showed up, and I walked down and got to meet a few players, and they really surprised us. And so it's a testimony of the work and the volunteers and the staff that we have, whose mission is to care for young people and really just connect them to Christ and community.
They need it, right? They need it so much. So we're so grateful, you know, for everybody who chips in to be a part of the village overall. How did you get into this?
So 25 years ago, I came to Chicago. I went to Moody Bible Institute and didn't know that I would be staying in Chicago. Met my wife, and we moved into Little Village, and so have been serving with New Life Community Church and New Life Centers. Fell in love with serving youth, and Little Village is the youngest neighborhood in Chicago. And from there, my wife was running the after school. I was mentoring, and New Life Centers was born, and we just celebrated 20 years as a nonprofit this year.
Oh my goodness. Do you have any idea of like how many youth have come through the doors or been served in that time?
We serve about 10,000 individuals a year, and we have mentoring for 600 young people, 12 to 24. We have about 300 kids, kindergarten to 8th grade, close to 2,000 kids who play sports with us. And so it's about walking with young people and their families across the 5 communities, Little Village, Humboldt Park, Pilsen, Brighton Park, and Midway.
Yeah, what are some of the like needs right now?
So our neighborhoods have been under attack these last few months, and so people are living in fear. And right now, we're just trying to walk with people and connect them to community care. So, for example, today we'll have a huge Christmas party for about 2,000 people. And we had a debate a few weeks ago, should we have this? And we felt like an intentional decision is we need to continue with joy. We need to continue with celebration. We need to continue because our families need it now more than ever. And so for us, it's about connecting with people right where they're at, walking with them. And so as we come back and from that fear and really just trying to tell people we're with you, you're not alone, and we'll continue to walk with you.
Some people say that joy is an act of protest.
That's it.
Yeah. So you will be at Soldier Field on the 20th. What will that mean to be there? I mean, are you like, have you been there on other occasions and it's going to be different this time, or will this be your first time there at Soldier Field?
So we've been able to go to a preseason game. The Bears invited some youth out, but as you know, getting a spot in Soldier Field is impossible. So I'm excited that it's Bears-Packers. And in a challenging season, the Bears are giving us something to cheer for and something to hope for.
Browns this week, and then Packers is the one that you're going to be
Correct.
at?
I'll be at Bears-Packers on the 20th.
All right. Awesome. Oh, boy. What a memory that will be for you. Hopefully we get the Bears win.
For sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you again for what you do on a regular basis, on a year-round basis, and making Chicago better.
Appreciate
and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right. It's 8:20, everybody. Coming up today on Chicago Now, we'll hear from the Griffin Museum of Science and Industry and get a look at Christmas around the world. Also, the Golden Globes add a new category this year. We'll learn all about how the Best Podcast Award came about, and the Phantom is coming back to Chicago. We'll tell you all about the new production of the Phantom of the Opera. Great stuff coming up on Chicago Now. It all begins at 10 a.m. It's 8:21. We're back with Good Day Chicago after this.
All right, thus far, the Lurie Children's Radiothon has raised $925,000, 831 to be specific. And guess what? We got 48 more hours to get to their goal of 1 million. Before we get to this next interview, we want to thank everybody who has donated so far. And again, for those who didn't or haven't yet, you can continue to give. And joining us now to kind of recap this event and tell her own Lurie story is Christine, and her son, Aiden, has been a patient at Lurie. And Christine, first of all, thank you for joining us. Before we talk about the Radiothon itself, you and your son have a very unique story. Can you kind of run us through this bond that very few parents share with their kids?
Yeah, so we actually share kidneys. I gave Aiden my kidney almost 5 years ago now. When he was diagnosed with polycystic kidney disease, you know, I went through the donor process and was approved to be his match. So, yeah, so Aiden has my kidney.
And it's been 5 years. Aiden is how old? How old was he then? How old is he now? And give us an update on how he's doing. I know that he's temporarily a little under the weather today.
Yeah, he's doing well. So he is 12, almost 13, and he, you know, was 8 years old when he received his transplant.
Okay, got it. And now, can you tell us a little bit more about the condition that he was diagnosed with that led you guys to undergo this transplant?
Sure. So Aiden was diagnosed with polycystic kidney disease. And when he first started presenting with symptoms, he wasn't growing. You know, height and weight were not where they should have been. And through testing, you know, we found cysts in his kidneys, which was actually hard to be diagnosed at the time because he wasn't following the typical progression. Mm-hmm. So that was where we landed with Lurie, meeting specialists that, you know, could find out the specific gene and get us where we needed to be. We felt like we were rushing against the clock because if we couldn't get Aiden his kidney, you know, he would have ended up on dialysis, which we were trying desperately to avoid.
And it turns out you were a perfect match. Will you talk about the moment you found out you were a perfect match and the mindset that you were in at that point in terms of donating your own kidney?
Well, it was a given, right? I mean, as a mom, that's my job, is to make sure my children are safe and healthy and get to live the life they deserve. So relief more than anything was the overwhelming feeling I had when I found out, you know, that I could help him, because you go into it thinking that it's a given that parents will be approved, and it's not typical for parents to get approval for a variety of reasons. So I was just beyond relieved that I could do, you know, what I felt like he deserved.
And this all unfolded at Lurie Children's. We are raising money, or helping to, this week. Can you talk about the team over there, what you went through with them and your connection with them?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, everybody tells you it's like a family, and it truly is. Yesterday, being at Radiothon, everyone's giving us giant hugs, and, you know, they're so aware of Aiden's growth and, you know, where he was to where he is now. But when you're going through the thick of it, there's so many things as a parent that you are responsible for that you can't really coordinate all of his care. So having a team that is so proactive in terms of calling you to make the appointments and getting everything situated from a physical and health standpoint, but also from a mental health standpoint. You know, there's child life specialists, and you know, the nurses are just beyond amazing in terms of their care and, you know, gratitude towards Aiden and just making him smile. And then, of course, the doctors are simply the best in terms of their knowledge and expertise and their bedside manner, which when you're dealing with kids is huge.
It's so inspiring to hear about this story. Before we let you go, Christine, we got $75,000 yet to raise to meet the $1 million goal. What is your message to our viewers this morning about the need here, and if they're willing to open up their pocketbooks for Lurie Children's?
Sure, absolutely. I think I think it's a family that you don't anticipate needing to rely on, but if you're ever placed in the situation where you need the best care for your child, you're going to rely heavily on Lurie. And not only are they able to give our children a second chance at life, but they're also making sure that they're getting the resilience and the love and the care and the mental health support that they need to get through that, which is immeasurable. So, I promise you it's for the most amazing cause, and all of our kids deserve a future.
You heard it right there. Christine, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, it's our pleasure. Have a great weekend and happy holidays. You heard it right there from Christine, and there's the info you need right there on your screen. There's 3 ways you can donate. Again, $75,000. We're right on the precipice of reaching that goal. You can call 888-831-7733. You can text the word Lurie to 34984, or better yet, maybe the easiest option, just hit that QR code, open up your camera app. I want to leave that up for a second. Open up that camera app and smash that QR code right there. It'll take you right to the link you need. All right, it's 8:30, and we're checking in with Mike real quick on the weather situation.
We need that running tote board like they used to have on the Jerry Lewis telethons.
Yeah, that's right.
We're at 989,000 now. That would be kind of cool.
So we're at 925 at last check.
Well, that was from yesterday. I bet we may be even closer to that $1 billion mark. All right, here. We're going to be nowhere near 1 million degrees. It is going to be really cold this weekend. No surprise there. But the pattern flip is in sight, and it looks like a lock. I'll give you a look at that 7-day forecast in a little bit. But right now, why don't we look at some folks in Bears attire, Anthony?
I think that's a great idea. Look at George McCaskey right there posing with a couple of fans there. And a couple of Khalil Mack jerseys. Looking great, everybody. Keep sending in those photos. We love showing these galleries every Friday morning during the season. It is Orange Friday. Bear down. We'll be right back.
This
Welcome back. The family of Chicago police officer Crystal Rivera is suing the Chicago Police Department over her death last June.
That's right, and they offered a disturbing picture of what happened the night that she died. Roseanne has more on that. Roseanne.
Well, we were told early on that this was an accidental shooting, that Crystal Rivera was shot by her partner on accident, but attorneys now say it was no accident and that Rivera and Carlos Baker, the partner, were romantically involved and she had just ended the relationship. The wrongful death lawsuit was announced yesterday and it blames Carlos Baker and the Chicago Police Department for ignoring signs that Baker was a danger. Police initially said Rivera was shot by a suspect that had barricaded himself, but we later learned that shot came from her partner's weapon. Her attorneys say after the breakup, she asked for a new partner, telling the department she was concerned about her safety. Attorneys say Baker had more than a dozen misconduct complaints and 3 suspensions on his record, adding that his failure to call an ambulance or render any aid after Rivera's shooting is telling. It's also devastating to Rivera's family.
What she never should have had to fear was her own partner. That betrayal cost Crystal's life. Crystal loved protecting the public, but I can say that CPD failed to protect Crystal. Yet there were warning signs.
That was Crystal's mom, Yolanda Rivera. She described her grief as never-ending and says that she really hopes those responsible will be held accountable. As for the officer, Carlos Baker, he was removed from duty in August and is still being investigated by COPA. Live outside Chicago Police Headquarters, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32 Chicago.
Thank you, Roseanne. Such a sad story. Subsidies for the Affordable Health Care Act are set to expire at the end of the year. The Senate could not agree on a plan to extend them, and Congress is set to leave Washington soon, so it does not seem likely that a solution will be found.
Made a huge run for the money. This past fall, the marathon set a new record for fundraising with just over $47 million. Raised by the runners, and that crushed last year's record by a lot, like to the tune of $10 million more than 2024. The marathon believes the presence of former Cub Anthony Rizzo will help break records next year. Anthony Rizzo is going to be running for his foundation to help kids with cancer.
I bet he's going to be so fast.
Yeah, you know he will be.
It's always the people that you're like, really? They're so, yeah, great. Listen, there's a jaw-dropping story. Really, about a college student.
Yeah, you got to hear this. Brian joins us here in studio with what happened here.
Well, Aria Moreno is a med student at Hofstra University in New York. But she had no idea that she was going to class would potentially save her life. The students were learning how to do an ultrasound. They needed a volunteer from class, so she volunteered. But when the ultrasound was put to her, it found something a little unexpected. A kidney stone the size of a ping pong ball. She underwent surgery to get it removed.
We do a lot more ultrasound training. I'm so happy, to see how their skills develop.
It might not have ever been detected, and therefore it could have gotten worse before missed the opportunity to really treat it.
I cannot imagine what I would have done if I did not raise my hand that day.
That was definitely fate. She was left with 50% function in her right kidney. There's still not a guarantee that it'll get any better, and she will have to watch what medicine she takes, but she says it could be a lesson that she could have not gotten from a textbook.
Unbelievable.
Amazing.
Brian, thank you. Okay, when it comes to golf, Gabby is always willing to go out there,
when it comes
take
to
a
life,
swing. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. She's out at 5-iron golf to show you what's up to par for the holidays and where you can score a hole-in-one for a party. Gabby.
Hey. That's a good one, guys. It's funny because they were asking me, hey, Gabby, how good at golf are you? And I go, well, I guess it depends on the day. It depends on the club. It depends on how many cocktails I've had. I don't know. We're here at 5-Iron Golf at Block 37, right on State Street. It's so much fun. And it's so easy to get to, too. Nice and warm on this chilly winter morning. Okay, we have Imran here. Imran, This is so exciting. Tell us, if people aren't familiar with your couple of locations you have here in Chicagoland, what can people experience at 5 Iron?
Yeah, welcome to 5 Iron Golf. We're one of 4 locations across Chicago and over 30 locations across the country. We're an indoor golf simulator space that's designed for beginners, intermediates, even professionals, surrounded by a lively atmosphere, great food, great bar, and great people, an awesome community to be a part of. We're in the simulator right now where you can see the only thing that Chicago doesn't have, mountains. And this is a golf course in Montana where you can hit at a high elevation. You can practice your drives, your irons, and hone in your golf game.
Okay, I see some golfers here early this morning. That means that you have a membership and people can kind of come in, maybe dust off the clubs whenever they want.
That's right. Our members can come in and practice every day of the week, but also we have guests who can come in, whether they're the first-time golfers or the experienced golfer, whether they've been to 5 Iron or not. And we love seeing new golfers as well as our pros come in to practice. It's awesome.
Okay, Imran, it's Christmas time. Might be a good time maybe to give the gift of golf, huh?
It's a perfect time. We have these amazing gift cards that give you a bonus based on every amount that you can get, as well as a lot of corporate holiday parties. It's been so fun to see the space fill up with people just celebrating with their coworkers and friends. It's been a really good time.
So I want to make it clear to people at home, you don't have to get just the membership, right? You can come in maybe on a Saturday, like this weekend, and get one of these booths for yourself.
That's right. Yeah, you can come in with up to 5 other people. 6 people can be in a sim at a time, but you can book multiple sims. And yeah, you don't have to have a membership. You can be anybody coming off the street. Even if you just discover us in Block 37 Mall, it's such a fun time to come here with your friends.
Okay, I'm going to do a little switcheroo. I want Cole to come over here because he's one of the instructors. I'm going to give him the microphone. He's going to give me the golf club. I'll have you stand right here, sir, because you need to help me dust off some stuff. Cole, for people who come in, are you here or someone here on staff to help folks maybe get a few tips? And do you have lessons available too?
Yes, I do. So I'm typically here Tuesday through Friday, and then on a regular basis, I'm just kind of teaching in these first 2 bays over here on the right side. And mostly I'm just kind of teaching people how to make better contact and how to hit the ball a little bit farther as well.
Okay, I'm going to warn you. Yeah. I'm kind of rusty. It's been actually the entire summer. I never got to golf this year. What's usually people's first mistake when they pick up the golf club for the first time in a few months?
I would say gripping the club wrong, or generally just getting too close or too far away from the golf ball. So just making sure that they're setting up properly.
Okay, I won't hit you, right?
Oh, no.
Okay, let's make sure. All right, you're going to have to tell me what I need to fix once this is...
It's a good first swing.
Is it okay?
Yeah, that was actually really good.
I'm a little shaken up. All right, right really in, almost into the sand.
Okay.
Well, maybe real quick, what's one thing I could work on?
So throughout your backswing, I think you could rotate your hips and shoulders a little bit more, just to get a little bit more coil with your body. That way you could hit that ball a little bit farther on the next shot.
Okay, the good thing is if you get tired of golfing, you want a little break, there's also a nice bar and some food that you can warm up with. Okay, we'll have more information about 5 Iron Golf on our website, fox32chicago.com. Just look under links you saw on TV. What'd you guys think? Okay?
You weren't that rusty.
Rock and roll, Gabby.
Yeah,
I'm impressed.
Got a good swing.
You know what? I think it's beginner's luck today. We'll see. I'm going to get some food.
Let's take another shot here. Yeah, here we go.
Okay.
Yeah,
see,
there
that's
we go.
the second try. Yeah. Maybe a cocktail will help. I don't know.
Listen, at the very least, it'll help warm you up. That's what people need today.
Hey, the indoor golf option, Mike. Hey.
Yeah, for sure.
This weekend, we're going dangerously cold.
It could be, yeah. Once we get past the weekend, things look good, but we've got to get past the weekend. The worst of it will be Saturday night into Sunday morning. But yeah, after we get across this cold hurdle, we've got a bunch of coming in starting really next Tuesday. Frigid Arctic air. It moves in tonight through Sunday. Snow is likely tomorrow, with areas south of I-80 possibly picking up a couple of inches. Setting points north, barely anything. Milder air will bathe Chicagoland starting on Tuesday. Right now, it's 21. Quite a bit of sunshine over the city, mixing with some cloud cover. There's not much wind, so the wind chill isn't that big of a deal now, but it sure will be by tomorrow. I expect wind chills tomorrow and most of Sunday to be below 0, maybe getting barely above 0 Sunday afternoon. 22 current temp at Midway in Chicago Heights, only 11 at Woodstock, and there's that usual cold spot, Sugar Grove, Aurora, with a 6. Futurecast wind chill. Let's focus on that. Again, this has nothing to do with your car being cold. Your pipes don't freeze because of wind chill. This is the impact of cold and wind on your body that is exposed to it. If you cover yourself, it's not going to be that painful. But look at these numbers coming in Saturday night into Sunday morning. Probably going to see some -20s or worse, which would trigger a cold weather advisory for some or all of Chicagoland. But after Sunday, things start to point upward. I'll show you the 7-day forecast coming up maybe at our 9 o'clock hour.
I can't wait to hear about it. Yep, but yeah, Bears game Sunday morning. Ooh, oh, those tailgaters, they'll be out. You know they will be. And that day, they're looking to rebound from a tough loss.
That's why we've got to warm up, you know, so we can get ready for the win. On Good Day Chicago at 9, Lou is going to be here to tell you what it'll take to get past the Browns this weekend before we have another Packers matchup.
Welcome back. It's 8:47. You can bring a little love home for the holidays. The Pause Chicago Adopt-a-thon. It starts today, and Paige Kruger joins us live from the Adoption Center up in Lincoln Park. Paige, thank you for joining us. Who is your special friend there that you're holding?
This squirmy little kitten is Kumquat. She is a 2-month-old kitten who came to Pause Chicago with her entire litter, including her mom.
Aww.
And her litter mate's still here looking for a home as well. And they came from CACC, and Pause Chicago is CACC's largest transfer partner.
Okay, so how many in the litter? Do you know offhand? How many brothers and sisters?
There were 5 total.
Okay.
And these are the last 2 looking for a home. So if you are looking to adopt, the Pause Chicago Holiday Adopt-a-thon is starting today.
I don't know if our camera crew can show us some of the other special guests from the Pause team up there. While we're looking at these cuties, Paige, let us know what's going on for the adoption, the Adopt-a-thon, I should say. Tell us all about it and what the goal is here.
Yes, so today we kick off our 18th annual Holiday Adopt-a-thon. Today we're open from noon until midnight and really a marathon of adoptions. And then tomorrow we're open from 11 to 5 and same thing on Sunday. We have a goal of finding homes for 125 dogs, cats, puppies, and kittens. And we have different pets available for your lifestyle and that will fit in your home. So if you are looking to adopt, make sure to stop by our adoption center.
Did I hear you correctly that you're open till midnight tonight?
We are, yes. It's a true marathon.
Wow, so you actually get families coming in late night after their holiday dinners, coming in to do an adoption like at 11 at night.
Exactly. And this is such a fun time to bring a pet home and bring in a new member of the family during the holiday season. Of course, at Paws Chicago, we do require that every member of the family is present to bring a pet home. And so we have adoption counselors and staff available on site to help match you with the perfect pet for your home.
I love this. This is so fun. Okay, so give us an idea of the process. You know, if we have dinner, you know, at Pequod's or something right near you and stop by with the whole family, how long does the whole process take?
So we recommend that you complete our compatibility quiz ahead of coming to the adoption center. You can also make an appointment, but walk-ins are welcome as well. And you can complete our adoption application. But once you arrive at Paws, you'll be matched with an adoption counselor who will bring you around the adoption center to meet all the pets in our care so you can meet the perfect fit for you.
Yeah, make sure it's a good option. What do you want people to know about adopting during the holidays in particular, Paige?
Of course, one thing to keep in mind is that pets are not gifts, they are members of the family. So we definitely recommend, if you do have an animal lover who would maybe be surprised and love having a pet as a holiday gift, surprise them with a trip to our adoption center with the entire family, and that'll give them the opportunity to pick the perfect pet for them. And keep in mind that pets are a long-term commitment. They're members of the family. And so that's why we encourage the entire family to come if you're looking to adopt. And if you have any resident dogs at home and are trying to adopt another dog, bring them as well. We want to make sure they have a safe introduction.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Before we let you go, I'm curious about this holiday adopt-a-thon. Where does this typically stack up for Paws in terms of the size and scope and how many pets find homes?
It is one of the largest adoption weekends of the year for us, and the entire holiday season really is. It's a big time for donations to come in, and of course we couldn't do this all without the support of the community. But right now, with the year end, everyone being home for the holidays, it's a great time to bring home a new pet and really get introduced to the entire family.
I love it. Paige, thank you so much. Happy holidays to you, Kumquats, and the whole gang over there, and joining us from the Adoption Center at Lincoln Park. Really appreciate your time, and good luck.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're at 9 minutes till 9 a.m. on your Orange Friday. Checking in with Jake Hamilton to talk about, this is a big-time movie here.
Yeah, big-time movie. The new Avatar flick stars a new actor whose last name you might recognize.
Just the tiniest little move, if it's filled, it has huge ripples. And for me, that's one of the things that I've studied of my grandfather in all of his films. Like for this film and for any film that I've ever been in, and play or whatever, you know, it's like, wow, he was so embodied.
We're going to talk with Avatar's newest villain and the granddaughter of Charlie Chaplin, actress Una Chaplin, when Good Day Chicago returns.
Fox 30.
Your goddess has no dominion here.
Ooh, the newest Avatar blockbuster features a lot of names that you might recognize. Zoe Saldana, Sigourney Weaver, director James Cameron, but one name is getting a lot of movie fans excited. Fox 32 was the only station in town who had the chance to speak to her, so you know who did the interview.
Well, you know, I was available that day. I was around. So yeah, the terrifying new villain in the film is actually played by actress named Una Chaplin. And if you don't know that name, you probably know her grandfather, silent film star Charlie Chaplin. Now, since so much of Avatar is created using motion capture technology, and honestly, Charlie Chaplin was always known for how well he could move on camera, I wanted to know if Una ever learned anything from her legendary grandfather.
Your goddess has no dominion here.
So much of the art of these movies is movement and motion. It's literally motion capture. But when it comes to movement, I don't think there are that many people who have moved better on screen than your grandfather.
Yeah.
And I was just wondering, is there any lesson you learned, particularly in regards to movement and how he moved in his films over the years, that maybe even just popped in your mind on set at all?
Absolutely. I mean, the embodiment, because it's like the movement itself is nothing, but just to feel the connection of all the fascia and the tissue and the muscles with the spirit, like just the tiniest little move, if it's filled, it has huge ripples. And for me, that's one of the things that I've studied of my grandfather in all of his films. Like for this film and for any film that I've ever been in, and play or whatever, you know, it's like, wow, he was so embodied and so fully like responsive with his whole being. So yeah, it's definitely a study for me.
I hope you don't mind me saying, I think you would be unbelievably proud of your work in this film.
Thank you so
Just
much.
your movement, even before you start to speak, your movement just dominates the screen. The presence is unreal.
Avatar Fire and Ash opens in theaters next Friday. I think it's going to make a couple of bucks.
Maybe?
I think so too. I think it's just a few shekels.
It'll pass muster.
Yeah, exactly.
You know.
Yeah, I guess that's the closest I'll ever get to interviewing Charlie Chaplin.
That's pretty
impressive. I'll take.
Yeah, exactly. Glad you were around that day.
Yeah, I was available. I was around. Thanks,
Brand
guys.
new hour of Good Day Chicago right after this break. welcome to Good Day Chicago in our 9 o'clock hour, everybody. It's Orange Friday, so you know we'll have a lot of fun things to come. But we do have to get to some of the harder stories that we're following this morning as well.
Including the family of Chicago police officer Crystal Rivera. They're now suing CPD and her former partner. We're going to walk you through some of the stunning developments in that case.
A best-selling author and a Grammy-nominated singer joining us in studio to tell us why you should stop trying in 2026. We've got questions that need answers.
We need answers to that.
Interesting.
The Bears better not stop trying.
No.
They need a good outcome on Sunday. They are preparing to face off against Myles Garrett and the Cleveland Browns this Sunday in the cold. Sweet Luke Canellis is going to join us to talk about what the Bears need to look out for. It's going to be number 95 ahead of this weekend. 95 has nothing to do with temperatures this weekend.
It might be negative 95.
Oh, boy, we've been highlighting this blast of Arctic air coming in here for some time. If all you just look out there right now, it's kind of a nice day.
Right.
And people are visiting the
sun.
beach, you know. Enjoy it while you can.
And maybe a ghost town there. Although, people are still going to be out with the Bears in action. Somebody, and there are going to be shots in the stands of people taking off their shirts. And,
I thought you were talking about shot.
Well, that also.
You may need that to stay warm.
Little internal antifreeze. All right, we got some blue skies out there over the city. 24, partly sunny at O'Hare. No wind. So the wind chill is the same as the temperature, and it won't be until tonight that the winds really start to pick up. And unfortunately, when that happens, we're going to see those wind chills get below zero. I think all day long tomorrow, wind chills will be below zero. These are the current numbers. Gary, 28, 19 in Morris. It's only 9 for the airport at Aurora and Sugar Grove, 12 at Woodstock, 24 at Rensselaer. Today, I think we're going to top out at 30. It's a handful of degrees colder than normal. Warmer than it's going to be for the next 3 days after this. A little bit cloudier in the afternoon. Tonight, mainly cloudy. Could be a flurry here or there. Look at that low of 8. Low of 8. But 7-day forecast. I'm going to go 16 for the high tomorrow. The reason for that is the temperature at midnight is going to be the warmest it is all day long.
That's when you know it's going to be bad.
There'll be some snow, especially south of the city, maybe a couple inches south of I-80. Most of us are going to have 0 to very little snow, but all of us will be dealing with those dangerously cold temperatures, especially tomorrow night into Sunday morning. But focus on the last 3 days of the 7-day forecast.
Which is rare when the weekend is upon us, but when it comes to the temperatures, we will do that. Also, just a note, there are some warming centers that are going to be open for everybody this weekend if you're going to be outside for extended periods of time. Take advantage. The family of Chicago police officer Crystal Rivera is suing the Chicago Police Department now over her death last June.
They've offered a disturbing picture of what happened the night she died. Roseanne joins us live this morning with those details. Roseanne?
Right. It was already a tragic story. A Chicago police officer killed in the line of duty accidentally by her partner. But attorneys now say there was much more to the story and that these two officers had a romantic relationship and Crystal Rivera had just ended it. Now, the wrongful death lawsuit, which was announced yesterday, blames her partner, Carlos Baker, for her death and the Chicago Police Department for ignoring signs that Baker was a danger. Police initially said Rivera was shot by a suspect who had barricaded himself. We later learned the shot came from her partner's weapon. Her attorneys now say after the two broke up, she asked for a new partner, telling the department she was concerned for her safety.
In March of 2023, we can tell you that that's when CPD supervisors became aware. They knew about that romantic relationship. So the chain of command above them knew. In June of 2025, just the day before Crystal was shot, Carlos Baker shows up unannounced at Crystal's home. On June 5th, 2025, Crystal is shot by Carlos Baker and left to die.
Now, Rivera is described as a very hardworking, dedicated officer who wanted to become a detective. Her mother devastated by her loss. Baker, on the other hand, was stripped of his police powers in August and is still being investigated by the Civilian Office of Police Accountability. And now this lawsuit to face. Outside Chicago Police Headquarters, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32, Chicago.
All right, time is now 9:05 this morning. Joliet police have arrested 3 people that they believe are responsible for tying up a 73-year-old woman and then holding her at gunpoint inside of her home.
Yeah, the Will County Sheriff's Office says the victim believes the robbers followed her home from a grocery store and confronted her as she pulled into her garage. They stole her credit card and withdrew $2,000 from her account. Joliet police located the suspected vehicle early this morning, leading to the arrest of 3 suspects. Charges are now pending.
So glad for the update there that they found the suspects and waiting for a little bit more information now. Today, tenants at an apartment building in South Shore are being forced to leave their homes. This is a story we followed for quite some time. A judge ordered the eviction at Friedman Apartments earlier this week, citing concerns about gas leaks and plumbing issues. But think back. This is the building at 75th and South Shore that was raided by federal immigration agents in the middle of the night back in September. Many of the tenants have said that they could end up homeless.
A federal appeals court is blocking the release of hundreds of immigrants detained during Operation Midway Blitz. Thursday's decision also allows the extension of a consent decree that outlines how federal agents can make warrantless arrests. Last month, the U.S. District Judge ordered the detainees released on bond, claiming that the government violated the consent decree, but the court says that judge overstepped his authority for ordering a blanket release instead of a case by case.
The National Guard will stay in Chicago, even though a judge blocked deployment of the troops. The War Department says guardsmen will be stationed in Chicago through April. Members of the Illinois National Guard were federalized in October. Even though the 60-day order has expired, they will remain under federal control.
Time is running out to get your holiday gifts under the tree, so take a good look at your screen here. The shipping deadlines are next week. If you don't want to spend an arm and a leg, you've got to send your packages and cards by December 17th. That is the deadline for first-class mail and ground service shipping. If you are willing to pay a bit more, or maybe you just have to, you have until December 18th to send priority mail and December 20th for priority mail express. USPS says that it will likely be their busiest week of the year. So get to shopping and, most importantly, shipping.
Yes.
This morning, we want to thank all of you for the huge show of generosity during the Lurie Children's Radiothon. Wasn't it so much fun yesterday?
Yeah. Right? Well, the grand total is in from Thursday, and together we raised nearly $1 million. All of those funds will go towards life-saving patient care, critical research, and family support. And thanks to listeners and viewers like you guys at home, the hospital was able to raise more than $925,000, but the goal is still $1 million.
Well, the good news is there is still time to reach that goal. The Radiothon continues through Sunday. To donate, here are your options. Call 1-888-831-7733, or you may text Lurie to 34984. And even easier than that, take your smartphone, point it at our screen right now, and that QR code, that will take you directly to a point where you can make your donation. Coming up, the man is in the room right now.
In the building.
Lou Canellis is all geared up to talk about this Cleveland Browns team that we're going to be facing on Sunday.
Shador versus Caleb. Caleb versus Shador. Oh, boy. We also have more of your Orange Friday pictures to share. Looking good, ladies and gentlemen. Looking good. Stay close. 9:08. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Live look outside. Doesn't look as cold outside as it's going to be a little bit later on this weekend. Well, in his opening press conference, Ben Johnson talked about playing winning football in the month of December, and that time is now for our Chicago Bears.
They're going to be taking on the Cleveland Browns. What are they, 3-10 this Sunday? But don't overlook them. Lou Canellis is here to tell us what the Bears need to do to handle Myles Garrett, Shedeur Sanders. I mean, this is a game they should win, but are you worried that they might be looking ahead to next Saturday's game?
No, I'm not. Okay. I'm not, because of Ben Johnson and because of this coaching staff. There is no such thing, number one, as a trap game, especially when you have a coaching staff like the Bears are blessed with right now. So I'm not concerned about the Bears falling into a trap game. There's a shot at the coaching staff as we look at the video. Listen, they have to win every game from here on out, because 10 wins in the NFC will not get you into the playoffs. 11 wins may not get you into the playoffs.
You don't think 11
because the conference is so top heavy right now. And each team, and I'm talking about the 7 teams that would be going to the playoffs right now if the season ended today, the Bears being one of those 7 teams, they're all playing each other here at the end. So you cannot afford to have a letdown game. I won't call it a trap game. Bears know what's at stake. 3-win Cleveland team. Bears are going to run the football. Weather will be in their favor. I like the Bears big time on Sunday, but I'll give you a final score when we're done.
You brought up the weather. What impact do you think that'll have on both the offensive and defensive side of the ball?
Well, let's ask the weatherman here. It's a simple question. It's going to be one of the coldest games in the history of Soldier Field. Okay, cold's not a big deal. Wind is a big deal. So wind in that ball, will we see any?
Minor. It's not going to be like 30-mile-an-hour winds. It's not going to take a Cairo Santos field goal and knock it 40 feet off. So
one of the coldest games ever at Soldier Field, 2013 Bears-Cowboys. And I think the Bears scored 42, 45 points in that game. So the cold isn't a big deal. If there is no wind, I think offense will still play well. But here, the Bears succeed when they run the football. And a bad Tennessee team that had won just one game ran for $183, 183 yards last week against this Cleveland defense. And Myles Garrett. What do the Bears do best? They let their offensive line bully the defensive line of the opposition, just like they did in Philadelphia. Run the football 40 times if you have to in this game.
Well, I'm sure nobody will be mad if they run the ball that much. On the other side of the ball, though.
Because the people that are in the crowd want to get the heck out of there as fast as possible.
All right, Bears secondary kind of had a shortcoming, I guess you could say, against Green Bay. Gave up a lot of big plays there. Shedeur did have 3 touchdown passes last week.
Not worried.
What can we expect?
Against Tennessee, though.
Yeah, against Tennessee. He's a rookie. He started 3 games. Dennis Allen is one of the better defensive coordinators in football. You know, all week he has been scheming to confuse the rookie on Sunday. And I think the Bears will. Also, Brian, don't forget, you've got Jalen Johnson back there. He's still trying to get in game shape.
Are we going to see him play more?
Camp. I think absolutely. You'll see him get more snaps. They go into this game knowing that Kyler Gordon probably isn't available. They've known all week whether Gordon is playing or not. What happened last week against Green Bay is he was expected to play, and he got injured. He injured his groin during pregame warm-ups.
Changes the game plan.
So imagine, he's been out there practicing all week, and now, oh, wow, he can't play. How are we going to fill the void?
Right. What about number 15?
Number 15.
Rome Odunze.
Haven't heard. He was limited this week. I think he plays in this game.
Okay.
I want to see DJ Moore out there. Now, he may not play because, remember, you got the short week next week because you play on Saturday against the Packers. So if he's not 100%, sit him so you've got him for Green Bay next Saturday. Please throw the football to DJ Moore. He makes too much darn money on this team. Seriously.
It feels like he only gets the ball on screens.
I get it. Fans out there, they're set with Luther Burden III and Colston Loveland Moore in the passing game, and obviously Rome Odunze. Hey, man, you can't move DJ Moore in that contract if he doesn't put up some numbers. He needs to rack up just under 300 receiving yards these last 4 games, or this will be his worst season as a pro.
Wow, that's
and you can't trade a guy who's coming off his worst season 8 years in the league.
All right, that's it. Who do you?
All right, I like
what's
the Bears
the final score? 24-10.
I like the Bears 24-10. I think the defense comes to play as a big game, and the ground game really leads this football team. it'll be a 2.5-hour football game, in my opinion.
Does Garrett get the sack record this weekend?
No way.
Okay. The O-line's going to hold him down.
Caleb Williams is not going to let Myles Garrett get the sack record. How many sacks did Micah Parsons have?
0.
Yeah. How many sacks did the Giants have? How many sacks did T.J. Watt have? I don't want to hear about Myles Garrett. Listen, best player on defense in football, but he's not getting a sack record at Soldier Field. Last time Cleveland won in Chicago, 1969.
What was this, Jim Brown?
Wrigley Field, and Gale Sayers ran for $126. Bears win.
All right, well, we need that win, right? And you can catch all the action right here on Fox 32. You're home of the Bears. Make sure to tune in to Bears Game Day Live Sunday morning starting at 9:30.
And we will mention that the Chicago Bears are hosting their 37th annual Coat Drive. The Bears, along with Jewel Osco, the Salvation Army, and Sherway Movers, are asking for your coat donations. Just drop them off at participating Jewel Osco stores now through February 16th. You can find more info online at chicagobears.com/coat drive. We'll be right back.
$9:19 right now to give you a live look right outside of our studios here. If you look over to the left-hand side of the screen, you can see a sliver of what the sunshine is doing out there. But of course, everywhere else you just see it's a little bit overcast. We're going to talk a little bit about your weather in terms of your temperatures, most importantly, with Mike in just a few moments. But Chicago is going to be a big hub for live sports in 2026 when it's hot and when it's cold outside. This morning, Cara Bachman, Executive Director of the Chicago Sports Commission, is joining us to talk about the can't-miss events of the new year. Good morning to you. Thanks so much for being back with us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So 2026, why is it going to be such a big year?
It's going to be a big year for a lot of reasons and a lot of sports. So we're kicking off the year with some amazing, amazing college basketball. This year we have the men's Big Ten tournament.
Right here?
Right here at the United Center. And now they now have 18 teams in the conference, so the tournament's expanded to 6 days. So we have March 10th through 15th at the United Center. Of course, coupled with a little bit of a St. Patrick's Day parade that weekend.
Just a little thing.
Yeah, no big deal.
A few 100,000 people out
exactly.
there. Yeah.
So it'll be a great time in the city. And then about 2 weeks later, we are also hosting the NCAA Midwest Regionals. So we've hosted both before, but never in the same year, you know, both at the United Center. So that will have the Sweet 16 and Elite 8. So we will be sending a team to the Final Four.
Decisions.
Yes.
Get these tickets.
Yes.
That's all I'm hearing in my mind. Oh, we got to coordinate something.
Yes. Yes, that will be March 27th and 29th. So a lot of college basketball. We will be kind of a hub of March Madness this year for sure.
Dollars for the region, for sure.
Yes, basketball fans, you know, they travel, they do their brackets, they want to know, they want to be at the games. So we will have, I think, a really busy March. And then at the end of March, we will have a Mex Tour game at Soldier Field, Mexico versus Belgium. And then right around there, the Fire has their home opener, February 28th, Fire home opener. So a lot of soccer, despite not having World Cup games. We also will have the U.S. men's send-off game, June 6th. So U.S. versus Germany before they head out into the World Cup.
Wow. Okay, so tons of soccer, tons of basketball, bringing everybody right here to Chicago. Love that. Now, we also have a really big event in late July.
We do, and that's where we pick back up on the basketball because we have the WNBA All-Star Game returning to Chicago.
Awesome.
With our Chicago Sky. And this year, we hosted last in 2022, but in 2026, the game will be at the United Center, so expanded capacity. So more basketball for you.
Yeah, and I'm so glad. Yeah, we need more WNBA games getting to the United Center for sure.
Yeah, they've been a great partner, great supporter. You know, they hosted a couple this season, and yeah, it's going to be a huge game. The Sky is all in on it, as they are, and you don't want to miss that. That will be July 24th and 25th will be those activities.
All right, we are racking up such a list, going deep into the year, everybody, and I'm sure we're going to be talking about it. This will be the first time we talk about it. Won't be the last for sure. PGA.
Yes. So then we get into September 22nd to 27th, we will have the President's Cup at Medina Country Club.
Goodness.
Yes. So that will be huge, huge, huge. That will be the U.S. versus the international or the world, excluding Europe. So the competition is going to be massive. Medina, this will be an incredible tournament there. They've hosted the Ryder Cup. They've hosted so many. So, you know, the world is familiar with Medina, and they all love coming to Chicago and then getting out there to watch the best golf you can see.
How do you keep all of this in your head? I mean, the calendar in your head is extensive.
Well, you know, I plan to be at all the events, so I got to keep track of them. But yeah, there's a ton going on, but we do try to, you know, line it up throughout the year so that we have this steady flow of events that's going to help, you know, locals and Chicagoans get all the sports they want, but then also give all of that demand to visitors. So when visitors want basketball, they want soccer, they want golf, they know they can find it in Chicago. And we welcome them to join us.
Bring them. Economic boom is what I'm hearing in our near future, all because of sports coming here. It's never a bad time to be in Chicago. Thank you so much for being here.
Yes, thank you.
And getting us up to date. And where can people learn more information?
You can go to choosechicago.com or check us out on social media at Shy Sportscom.
Cara, exciting things to come. Thank you for being here. 9:24, everybody. Look at the sun. We'll be right back.
Fox 32.
Well, it's nice to see a little bit of sunshine out there. That at least makes it feel a little bit warmer. This weekend, we mean business about the cold, particularly tomorrow into Sunday. I think the worst of it will be tomorrow night into Sunday morning when the wind chills could be 20 below zero. Let's look at the current temperatures. No picnic out there now. Most of us at least are in the 20s. Couple of odd spots. Aurora, usually a cold spot there at Sugar Grove, only 9. Woodstock is 15. O'Hare 24. 28 at Gary, 29 at Merrillville. I think most of us are going to be close to 30 degrees for the high today, and then nowhere near 30 tomorrow or Sunday. Now, the next snow system is still on target for Saturday, for tomorrow. Today, mixture of clouds and sun, definitely getting a little bit cloudier in the afternoon and evening. There may be a little gap for some sunshine early tomorrow morning before that next storm system comes in. But notice a sharp north edge of this system, probably cutting right across the city. You have to be, I think, I-80 and Point South to even get a couple inches of snow out of this. Most of us are going to have a fraction of an inch or less. This is not a big snow. But here's the deal. With the snow coming down, it will stick because of how cold it is. It's going to be a light, fluffy snow. And road chemicals don't do a very good job when the temperatures are in the single digits, like we'll have pretty much most of the weekend. So roads may be a little bit dicey, even though we don't get a lot of snow. 30 today, turning a little bit cloudier this afternoon. We'll have a west wind at light speeds. The winds pick up enough to keep wind chills below zero, I think, all day tomorrow. That's 16 for a high. That will be happening at midnight, and then single digits for the rest of the day. Sunday, for the Bears game, we'll hit 12, but most of that game will be played around 8, 9 degrees with wind chills very close to zero. We get out of the deep breeze a little bit on Monday, and then meteorological Shangri-La by mid-December standards here. 38 Tuesday, 40 plus Wednesday, and even on Thursday might get close to 50 degrees. This is a pretty picture here. Tara Bajerski was in Lake Villa. They have a tree lighting ceremony there in northwestern Lake County, and it looks like a handful of folks were out there for that. It's a beautiful tree. Looking good there, Tara. Thank you for sending in that photo with the Fox 32 weather app. Brian, Anita, back to you.
But there's a lot of fun and food to be had during the holidays, and 5 Iron Golf wants you to have a festive, fun time with them.
Yeah, so Gabriella Primus is having all of that this morning. What are you up to now?
Look, I worked on my swing. I think I swung enough to make sure that this dip trio that we have here, that I can burn enough calories to deserve it, right? And there's some awesome cocktails here as well. I have Erica behind the bar who's making some extra special drinks for us. Erica, I love how, yes, there's a golf simulators, but then there's a little bit of a break that you can take. Tell us, though, what happens here at 5 Iron Golf?
Pretty much exactly what you said. You know, you come in, you work on your swing, you hang out with your friends, but you also get to eat and drink while you do it. So that's kind of our whole selling point when people come in and ask what we are. We tell them we're an indoor golf simulator. We do everything by the hour, but then whatever you do at that time is up to you. So you can golf, you can play games, you can play pool, or you can just sit and eat and drink.
I love it. Okay, because we have Imran, who we just talked to in the 8 o'clock hour. He's working on his swing a little bit, maybe better than I am. But do you need to be a pro to come in here and enjoy yourself?
Not at all. You know, that's kind of our whole thing, is that we're, you know, a place for every skill level. That's why the simulator that we use has, you know, kind of lighthearted games on it, because literally anybody can walk in here and play.
Yeah, that's awesome. We talked to Cole too, who gives some lessons. He's certified. He knows his stuff, and he was able to see what was wrong with my swing right away. All right, let's talk about what's on the table here, because we have this awesome little appetizer dish, also some drinks as well.
Yes, absolutely. So we have for you today, this is our dip trio, very popular menu item here. All of our events love the dip trio. It's kind of easy picking. You get a bit of a smattering of everything. And then some of our holiday cocktails as well. So this is our old-fashioned Christmas.
Okay.
It's a fig and cinnamon spiced syrup with the Heaven Hill Bottom and Bond whiskey, a little bit of bitters, so kind of just a nice kind of holiday spice old-fashioned. And then what we mixed up for you here is our mistletoe Mai Tai. So kind of a riff on the classic, with a nice falernum syrup. So it's kind of a nutty, spiced syrup for kind of a holiday take again on the classic, nice and tropical. And then we'll throw some mint on the top for you there. We made a mocktail version here for you today.
I requested a mocktail version. It's good to know that you can just, you know, come in, and if you request something without alcohol, you're able to adjust the menu a little bit.
Yes.
So some of this is, like you said, part of your holiday menu. So you change things up for the holiday season.
We do, yeah. We try to do something seasonally. You know, our culinary team is always on, you know, doing something that's in season, working with kind of ingredients that are going to be good for those flavors. And then we do kind of special things here and there throughout the year. We have a Masters menu, so you can get, you know, things that they eat at the Masters and things like that, like the pimento cheese sandwiches, you know, the Cracker Jacks, all that kind of stuff. So we try to switch things up a little bit to keep it interesting for everyone who comes in.
Okay, I just want to try to make it clear for people, because you can, of course, get the membership, and we're seeing people early this morning utilizing that membership that they have on a cold winter's day. But you can also come in maybe Saturday or Sunday with family and friends.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You can come in at any time. You know, it's not just members in the morning. Anybody can come in. We also have happy hours during the week, so people can kind of just come in, sit at the bar, have some wings, have some beers, or just come in, you know, with friends. Bachelor parties we do all the time. You know, people just coming in with their friends trying to have a good time.
You know what, Erica? I'm spoiled rotten. This is delicious. This is delicious. That's probably delicious too, but we'll leave it for some people behind the scenes. Thank you so much for welcoming us. Fine Iron Golf, right here on Block 37 on State Street. There's a couple of other locations as well. Really quick, where are those other locations at?
We have one in Bucktown, one in Lincoln Park, and then one right up the street in River North.
Very easy.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll have more information on our website, fox32chicago.com. Just look under links you saw on TV. This whip ricotta.
Isn't it so
amazing?
good?
All right, guys, I'll send it back to you.
Everything, like you said, looked good.
Let me
Gabby's swing was looking good earlier, too.
Yes, yeah.
All right, that was down at 9:33 this morning. We're sharing more of your Orange Friday pictures as we head to break. We're heading out to the game this Sunday. Make sure to bundle up. Time is down 9:33. We'll be right back.
Did you know?
Welcome back, everyone. It's 9:36, and the family of Chicago police officer Crystal Rivera is suing the Chicago Police Department over her death last June. And they've offered up a disturbing picture of what happened the night that she died. Roseanne is joining me now with more. Roseanne, walk us through the new information that we got yesterday.
Well, you'll remember CPD had determined that Officer Crystal Rivera was shot accidentally by her partner. Well, now attorneys are saying it was no accident. They say that these two officers Carlos Baker and Crystal Rivera were having a relationship and that Crystal had just ended it before her death. The wrongful death lawsuit that they announced yesterday blames her partner, Carlos Baker, and the Chicago Police Department for ignoring signs that Baker was a danger. Police initially said Rivera was shot by a suspect who had barricaded himself, but we learned that shot actually came from her partner's weapon. Her attorneys say after the two broke up, she asked for a new partner, telling the department she was concerned for her safety. Attorneys say his failure to call an ambulance or render any aid at all after Rivera was shot is telling, and he needs to be held accountable.
This man only lost his police powers after he battered another Chicago police officer during the summer. So it took multiple acts of perceived domestic violence for the CPD to finally say, oh, after he killed one of our own and now he's going to go beat up another one, maybe now we should relieve him of all his police powers. So as far as we know, standing here today, he has no role, absolutely, in policing. He's not administrative. He has no duty whatsoever.
Again, those attorneys contend that this officer had a long record of misconduct. As for Officer Rivera, she was on the department for 4 years. She's described as very hardworking, wanted to be a detective, and loved her job. Outside Chicago Police Headquarters this morning, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32, Chicago.
Well, we're just a few short weeks away from the year 2026. And for this new year, our next guest says that you should wipe the word try from your vocabulary. Author Carla Ondrasik and her husband John are joining us this morning. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you for having us.
I want to tell our viewers about how you guys first met. Carla, you had a very successful career, music publishing. You worked with Barbra Streisand and Mariah Carey, especially who's popular this time of year, right? But your biggest success was discovering your now husband of 28 years, who you first heard singing through a wall. How exactly did that happen?
This is a great quick story. I was at Motown Records when there was a Motown and pitching songs for their artists, and I heard this voice through the wall. And it went from the wall to my heart.
Aww.
And I said, that's money. I said, I can get that guy a record deal.
How did it work from your perspective, John?
Well, it was nice to be a potential income stream. But when I met her, of course, I'm like, wow, it's really nice to have a great music executive interested in me, but she's pretty hot, you know? So 28 years later, here we are, you know, Five for Fighting. Carla is...
I did get in the record deal.
Yeah, Five for Fighting has been quite the adventure that we've shared together. And, you know, Five for Fighting broke out of Chicago, believe it or not. First show was at Shubas. XRT played the first song, and all the way to Ravinia. So very grateful, and it all happened because this little doer right here.
I love you guys' story. Well, I want to talk a little bit about your book. What does Stop Trying actually mean to you, and why is eliminating that word from your vocabulary such a game changer?
Because we think when we're trying, we're doing. We really do not understand that word. Sometimes we do, selectively. Like, you know, you can't try to be warm in your Chicago weather. You know, you're going to suit up. You're going to do what you need to do, right? Trying is a half-hearted attempt or an effort. Trying is not doing. It's very different. It's a totally different mindset. And literally, when you change your words, your brain changes and your actions change. So that's what this book is all about, you know, not trying and doing.
John, how does that philosophy apply to you guys' marriage 28 years later?
Well, look, I think, Ben Johnson is not a trier. He's not a try guy, and you got to apply that to all of your life. And I think for us, you know, you address issues when they come. You don't put them up. Sometimes trying is a way to push the challenges down the road. So you address things. You make the effort. You have humility. And again, I think Carla's kind of no-try attitude has flourished through her career and has fallen into our marriage. And with our kids, they don't say, we're going to try, Mom. You know, we'll do it. We'll see you there. Because when you say, I'll try to be there, you're not going to be there.
You're not going to be there. Right?
Yeah.
You're talking about doing things differently. As we're moving into the new year, those New Year's resolutions, why do so many people, why do they not last more than maybe a couple of days or maybe even a week?
It's because, okay, I'm going to try to lose weight. That's a big one, right? I'm going to try to spend less time on my phone. What that means is maybe for a week or two. The trying mindset, like I said, it's a half-hearted attempt or an effort. But when you say, I am now a person who is not listening to my phone or spending time, or I'm going to lose weight, I'm losing weight, it just changes the game.
How has this mindset maybe changed you guys' lives, you would say?
Well, I've employed it in my career, my marriage, you know, my raising my children every single day. It's like if there's even a little tiny thing, it's worth doing, and I feel more confident. I have more free time. I am, you know, more positive with that mindset.
And if somebody's looking to pick up this book, where can they find it?
Everywhere. Go online, Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Target, and follow me on Instagram and enjoy this book. It's the greatest gift you can give anybody this year.
All right, I really appreciate both of your time. Thanks for bringing some sunshine from California this morning.
Me too.
I appreciate you guys. All right, time's now 9:42 this morning. We'll be right back here on Good Day Chicago.
To every You probably think that whenever we have a food guest here that I always demand that I do the segment, and you'd be correct. It is Orange Friday, so you know we've got to tell you about a very popular local spot to grab all of your tailgate goodies ahead of this weekend's game. This morning, Rocco Fredono, the owner of Big Ange's Eatery, is here to tell us about their delicious barbecue. His dad's over there, too. We got to give Pop a shout out over there. All right, so giving away a secret, Big Ange is your mom, right?
Big Ange is my mom.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
she's ecstatic with the name of the restaurant. She thanks us every single day.
And she's not big.
She is not big. That's her personality.
Exactly.
It's a big personality. It's a lot of personality.
Well, Rocco, tell us about the eatery. How did it get started?
The eatery started in 2016. I have a background in smoking meats. My dad and I, we went to Texas. Before then, I had a love of food, and we were like, hey, let's do it. Let's pull the trigger. And we jumped into it, and now we're here. and our smoked meats have been taking off, but it's nice. We're not pigeonholed to just being a barbecue place.
Right.
We have a nice variety of different choices there as well. So if you don't want smoked meats, there's a
You can
couple
get a
other
hamburger.
You can get, you know, there's
Italian
other
beef
specialty sandwiches.
Yeah.
We make homemade ice cream. And the coolest thing probably about the restaurant is that we have a sample counter there. So it's great, you know, advertisement, marketing. People can come up, oh, what are you having? You know, try some of this. You know, you got to taste this. You got to taste this, you know. Our pastrami, our prime brisket, our tri-tip, pulled pork, you name it.
I'm glad you have tri-tip. I think that's like one of the forgotten great pieces
right
of
there.
meat there.
Great
that's
tailgating.
beautiful.
These little slider sandwiches are great for tailgating for the Bears games.
What is in this wrap here?
Christmas come early.
He pulled
Christmas
this up
come
from
early,
the
Mike. Here
table.
we go.
All right, what do you got?
We got our brisket here. Zoom up. We got to zoom up on here. This is one of our briskets. This is our prime brisket.
Okay.
We slow smoke, 200 degrees, 24 hours. A lot of love, and this butcher paper just does such a great job for this thing.
Wow, 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 wow. Look at the bark on that.
Look at this guy, huh?
That's fantastic.
As they would say, limp brisket. That's what you want here, limp brisket, all right?
I've got all their
Take
hits.
notes. Take notes, and then, yeah.
All right, and then you cut into that. We maybe have a little small taste of that there.
Yeah, we're going to feed you, Mike. We got
All right. Oh, my gosh.
So we separate this guy into our flat
Now, is
here.
this something that, like, you said you and your dad went to Texas and you sampled a bunch of, you know, briskets before you found something you liked?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and then you obviously amplified that.
Yes, a lot of failing and a lot of trial, error. This works, this doesn't. So, you know, and then, you know, we ended up falling on this, you know, prime piece of meat. And
is this one of your biggest sellers?
This is the biggest seller. And our pastrami.
Yeah.
Right here, traditional yellow mustard, fresh rye bread, pickled onions. We're going to put our brisket on there. We got sausage like St. Louis ribs, tri-tip. There's no wrong choice.
Beautiful. And then while you're cutting that, you've also got this dessert item over here, which I sampled before our segment. And this is called a bread cake?
Gooey butter cake.
Gooey butter cake.
St. Louis gooey butter cake.
You had me at gooey.
Yes.
Oh, my gosh.
Can you do this live? Can we do this live right here?
I could do it
We're
live.
doing it live here.
All right, hold on. Oh, man.
He's okay.
That is so tender.
Yeah, it's so
but
good.
then, see, I'm loving the bark on it.
There you go, right?
Oh, wow.
Just
what
making
is
it
your
happy.
favorite item there at Big End?
I probably like pastrami the best.
Okay.
I probably like pastrami the best. It's got a little bit more pepper taste to it. There, we lost one. We lost one. It'd be fine.
A messy kitchen is a happy
There we
kitchen.
go.
Don't worry about that.
But we like
Oh,
to
my
mix up.
gosh.
Yeah, look at this. Look at this, man.
That is
With this, we
beautiful
make
meat there.
really hefty
Tell us where
sandwiches.
you guys are located in Arlington Heights.
Arlington Heights, right?
Okay.
Gateway to Arlington Heights.
Right off of 14?
14 Euclid, freestanding building. It's been there for a long time. You can't miss it. Everyone says, we've been going by for years. We've been going by for years. So we finally tried to get them in. Our parking is tremendous. Everybody loves our parking. It's fantastic. That's what we're really known for.
Well, that's important. That's important,
Exactly,
yeah.
right? It's a bit of a challenge.
What about your hours there, Rocco?
Hours are 11 to 7.
7 days a week? Or do you guys take a
We're
day
doing
off?
5 days a week, and then
Okay.
Sundays we are 11 to 3, just hitting the lunch crowd.
Okay.
And then we got to do a zoom up of this
Now,
right here.
you guys, in addition to being able to get a sandwich here or small orders, you guys obviously have a great catering business too.
We do a lot of catering, Mike.
How much advance notice do folks need if they want to? We're having a party with 20 guys. We got to feed them all. How much notice do you need before you can feed
You
them?
got 20 guys. We can make it happen. Day, 2 days. That would be perfect. Christmas as well. You know,
You're
please
ready
just
to
give us-
go.
Yeah,
You're
we're ready to go.
One other item here that I don't think we mentioned. What is
this is our chili con carne. This is our brisket and tri-tip. It is a fantastic chili, but thank you so much.
Rocco, the website for the restaurant for folks who want more info?
BigAngie'sEatery.com.
All right, wonderful. Check that out. Thank you for coming in and bringing this wonderful spread of food. Very suitable for all of your tailgating needs. Jake Hamilton has already decided.
Intercepted.
There goes the... Oh, he's going to share with Anita. All right, we'll be right back after this.
you still live? What if every human being on Earth could live here without a mask? Then the Na'vi people will be gone.
All right, a new sequel to the most successful movie of all time hits theaters in just 1 week, and the cast only sat down to talk to one station in Chicago, one guy right here. Fox 32's Jake Hamilton.
Like I said, I was around. I was available that day. Yeah, this is a pretty cool stat. The first two Avatar movies are the first and the fourth highest grossing movies of all time. And now we're about to see how audiences feel about a third film when it opens next week. It's called Avatar: Fire and Ash. The series, of course, written and directed by legendary filmmaker James Cameron, who we had on the show earlier this week. And one thing James Cameron loves in his movies is having a narrator, someone to kind of tell the story. All the Avatar movies have one. Titanic had one. The Terminator movies have one. So when I spoke with the cast, I wanted to know which other James Cameron character should have been a narrator in their own story.
I think it goes without saying that James Cameron has such a great history with narrators.
Watching John with the machine.
And I've never spoken of him until now.
I started having these dreams of flying.
We had Sarah Connor, and then we had Rose, and obviously Jake for 2 films, and now we got a whole new narrator. Who is a great James Cameron character who never got to be a narrator, but you would love to hear what did they have to say about any great moment in James Cameron's filmography?
Oh, that's an interesting.
Ripley.
Get away from her, you
It would have been cool to have it all the way through. It would have been very interesting. I think a good narration allows you to learn more about the world and the characters, and there's something, that relationship that she has with Newt is so strong and so impactful in that film. Such a clever design. Ripley's such a guarded character, so it would have been interesting to understand, to learn more. I don't know.
What does a Quaritch narration sound like?
Every living thing that crawls, flies, or squats in the mud wants to kill you and eat your eyes for jujubes.
That would be interesting. How are you going? Welcome to my life. Yeah, I think it'd be, I would prefer Sam answer. I woke up this morning and did some weights. I'm going to tell you a story. I'll tell you a story. Having on a big blue planet. It's about a colonel, a Marine colonel.
A handsome one at that.
You're not in Kansas anymore. You're on Pandora. Yeah, welcome to Pandora. You know, you're not in Kansas anymore. You're not in Ohio. You're not in North Dakota.
We should just do an hour of all the places that you're not in.
But it's true. I don't think antagonists generally do get to narrate, do they?
Yeah, that's true.
That's a glaring oversight. Sure.
Avatar: Fire and Ash opens in theaters next Friday. It's going to do well. It's really the only big movie playing through the holiday season, so people are going to go see it. It is on the longer side, so prepare yourself. It's 3 hours, 20 minutes.
All right.
Well, that's like Titanic-esque.
Exactly right.
We'll be right back.
All right, time now 9:59 live. Look outside. It looks pretty outside, but it's going to be pretty cold as well, Mike.
Yeah, where are the icicles?
It's going to be too cold for icicles. We've been talking about this may be one of or the coldest Bears game.
Wow. We got a list of the coldest all time. I think the worst one was like a negative something for the actual temperature. Yeah, so all right, everybody, that's it for us here on Good Day Chicago. Bundle up tight, check on your neighbors, make sure everyone's doing okay this weekend. Stay right here. Chicago Now starts now.
Look at this, everybody. Not only is it Friday, Tia Ewing came in early.
I did come in
Look at you in early to hang out with me.
It's going to be a fun time, though.
It's going to be a fun time. I have a question for you to kick things off
let's go.
here. Okay. We're going to be talking about Christmas trees, all right? We both have ours up. Have you ever stopped and paused and thought to yourself, why do we bring trees into our homes this time of year and decorate them and light them up? Have you ever wondered or like
I just do it. No, I've never thought anything about it.
I haven't either, and it begs the question, because we're going to be speaking with our friends at Griffin MSI, because they've got an awesome exhibit regarding Christmas trees, and I'm wondering if they're going to be able to speak to the origins of this. Because
if you around the world too.
Exactly, it's around the world. But if you think about it, it's a really random thing to do.
It is
to cut down a tree or put up a tree and light it up. And you know, I know it celebrates Jesus's birth and everything, but I can't right now draw a line between the birth of Jesus
and a tree
in my house. I can't do it. I don't know what that is.
I have no answers. So this is one time where I honestly am stumped.
I am too.
No pun intended.
We're hopefully going to get exactly what it intended. We're hopefully going to get an answer to that burning question. Also, no pun intended, because I think candles and things, and maybe they used to use candles to light. I don't know.
Maybe the candles were significant to the birth. In some way, you know, like almost like a
candlelight service overnight. There's something involving light. There's got to be. Okay, we'll get the answer.
They say Jesus is the light. So listen, I don't know.
I think that's as good of a guess. I think that's a great on-ramp. We'll have to ask.
Okay, yeah, we'll have to get into that.
Okay, we got a jam-packed hour, though. We're going to talk about the Golden Globes. They're expanding their categories.
Yes, they are.
Are you a podcast fan?
I can get into it, but there are some really good podcasts to me that do deserve awards.
So podcasts is a brand new category for the Golden Globes. We're going to be talking about that. Also, the Phantom of the Opera is there.
Yes.
You ever seen that show?
I have seen it.
Andrew Lloyd Webber?
Absolutely.
My brother Dan starred as the Phantom in a high school production of that show.
That had to be cool.
It was awesome. I remember because he would rehearse, so I know some of the songs just because
Go ahead, let's hear it.
That's the only line I remember. But
figured I'd ask.
Oh wait, there was probably a couple others. So yeah, no.
Okay,
we're gonna wait. Okay, so it's coming to Chicago.
Yes, and we're talking to the folks over at the Cadillac Palace Theater. They're going to be talking all about it. We have a cast member that will join the show. But first, we got to talk about Christmas around the world and Holiday of Lights. I told you about this. It is at the Griffin Museum of Science and Industry. But when I was a kid, I went.
I never have been to this.
Before.
So you went, how old were you? What are your memories?
I don't know how old I was. I probably was about maybe 10 or 11.
10 or 11.
And I just remember all of these different trees decorated differently from what maybe we're used to, because they're not all like, you know, the lights.
Standard pine.
Yeah, they all look different. I remember the ornaments being different. It's just really beautiful. And I want to say I